that's how we roll. My life is a movie and you just TiVo. Mommy got me twisted like a dreadlock. She don't wrestle, but I got her in a headlock. Never do make a bedrock. Mommy on fire, red hot. Bada bing, bada boom. Mr. Worldwide as I step in the room. I'm a hustler, baby, but that you knew. And tonight is just me and you,
baby, tonight, the DJ got us falling in love again. Yeah, baby, tonight, the DJ got us falling in love. Let go, falling in love. Oh, so dance like it's the last night of your life. Don't get you right. Baby, tonight, the DJ got us falling in love again. Yeah, baby, somebody get DJs up. Somebody get DJs up. Falling in love again. Get your hands up. Come on. So dance like it's the last night of your life. Don't get you right. 'Cause baby, tonight, the DJ got us falling in love again. Yeah. Thank you, DJ.
Come and move that in my direction. So thankful for that, it's such a blessing, yeah. Turn every situation into heaven, yeah. Oh, you are my sunrise on the darkest day. Got me feeling some kind of way. Make me wanna savor every moment slowly, slowly. You fit me, tailor-made, love how you put it on. Got the only key, know how to turn it on. The way you never on my ear, the only words I wanna hear. Baby, take it slow so we can last long.
Tú eres el imán y yo soy el metal. Me voy acercando y voy armando el plan. Solo con pensarlo se acelera el pulso. Oh yeah. Ya me está gustando más de lo normal. Todos mis sentidos van pidiendo más. Esto hay que tomarlo sin ningún apuro.
Despacito, quiero respirar tu cuello despacito. Deja que te diga cosas al oído, para que te acuerdes si no estás conmigo. Despacito, quiero desnudarte a besos despacito. Firmo en las paredes de tu laberinto y hacer de tu cuerpo todo un manuscrito.
Quiero ver bailar tu pelo, quiero ser tu ritmo. Que le enseñes a mi boca tus lugares favoritos. Déjame sobrepasar tus zonas de peligro, hasta provocar tus gritos y que olvides tu apellido. Si te pido un beso, ven dámelo. Yo sé que estás pensándolo, llevo tiempo intentándolo. Mami, esto estás mirándolo. Sabes que tu corazón conmigo te hace bam bam. Sabes que esa beba está buscando de mi bam bam. Me pruebas de mi boca para ver cómo te sabe. Quiero ver cuánto amor a ti te cabe. Yo no tengo prisa, yo me quiero dar el viaje. Empecemos lento, después salvaje. Pasito a pasito, suave, suavecito. Nos vamos pegando poquito a poquito. Cuando tú me besas con esa destreza, veo que eres malicia con delicadeza. Pasito a pasito, suave, suavecito. Nos vamos pegando poquito a poquito. Y es que esa belleza es un rompecabezas, pero para montarlo aquí tengo la pieza, oye.
Despacito, quiero respirar tu cuello despacito. Deja que te diga cosas al oído, para que te acuerdes si no estás conmigo. Despacito, quiero desnudarte a besos despacito. Firmo en las paredes de tu laberinto y hacer de tu cuerpo todo un manuscrito.
Quiero ver bailar tu pelo, quiero ser tu ritmo. Que le enseñes a mi boca tus lugares favoritos. Déjame sobrepasar tus zonas de peligro, hasta provocar tus gritos y que olvides tu apellido. Despacito, this is how we do it down in Puerto Rico. I just wanna hear you screaming, ay bendito. I can go forever cuando esté contigo.
Pasito a pasito, suave, suavecito. Nos vamos pegando poquito a
Que le
poquito.
enseñes a mi boca tus lugares favoritos.
Pasito a pasito, suave, suavecito. Nos vamos pegando poquito a poquito.
spirit speaking and it's done. Woke up on the side of the bed like I won. Talk like the wind in my chest to that sun. G5 in the US to Taiwan. Now who can say that? I wanna play back. Mama knew I was a needle in a haystack. I'm a body boy, plus way back. I got a feeling it's a rap. ASAP.
Sometimes I get a good feeling, yeah. I get a feeling that I never had before. No, I get a good feeling, yeah. Oh, sometimes I get a good feeling, yeah. I get a feeling that I never had before. No, I get a good feeling.
The mountain top, walk on water. I got power, feel so royal. 1 second, I'ma strike for you. Diamond, platinum, no more for you. That adrenaline, never giving in. Giving up's not an option, gotta get it in. Witness, I got the heart of 20 men. No fear, go to sleep in the lion's den. That glow, that spark, that crown. You're looking at the king of the jungle now. Stronger than ever, can't hold me down. 100 miles gunning from the pitch's mouth. Straight game face, it's game day. See me running through the crowd full of melee. No trick plays, I'm Bill Gates. Take a genius to understand me.
Sometimes I get a good feeling, yeah. I get a feeling that I never had before. No, I get a good feeling, yeah. Oh, sometimes I get a good feeling, yeah. I get a feeling that I never had before. No, I get a good feeling.
Love the life that we live in.
Sometimes I get a good feeling, yeah. I get a feeling that I never had before. I get a good feeling, yeah. Sometimes I get a good feeling, yeah. I get a feeling that I never had before. I get a good feeling. I got this feeling inside my bones. It goes electric wavy when I turn it on. Off from my city, off from my home. We're flying up, no ceiling when we in our zone. I got that sunshine in my pocket, got that good soul in my feet. I feel that hot blood in my body when it drops. Ooh, I can't take my eyes off of it, moving so phenomenally. Room on lock the way we rock it, so don't stop. And under the lights when everything goes, nowhere to hide when I'm getting you close. When we move, well you already know. So just imagine. Nothing I can see but you when you dance, dance, dance. Feel a good creeping up on you. So just dance, dance, dance. Come on, all those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. And ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. I can't stop the feeling. So just dance, dance, dance. I can't stop the feeling. So just dance, dance, dance. Come on. Ooh, it's something magical. It's in the air, it's in my blood, it's rushing on. I don't need no reason, don't need control. I fly so high, no ceiling when I'm in my zone. Cause I got that sunshine in my pocket, got that good soul in my feet. I feel that hot blood you when you dance, dance, dance. Feeling good, good creeping up on you. So just dance, dance, dance. Come on. All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. And ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. Can't stop the feeling. So just dance, dance, dance. So just dance, dance, dance. So just dance, dance, dance. Stop the feeling, yeah. So keep dancing. Oh, yeah, yeah. I can't stop the. 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 Nothing I can see but you when you dance, dance, dance. Feel the good, good creeping up on you, so just dance, dance, dance. All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. Ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. Everybody say, got this feeling in my body. Got this feeling in my body. Can't stop the feeling. Wanna see you move your body. Can't stop the feeling. Got this feeling in my body. Break it down. Got this feeling in my body. Can't stop the feeling. Got this feeling in my body. Come on.
J-Lo, ya tú sabes, no hay más nada.
It's a new generation
Mr. Worldwide,
of party people.
get on the floor, dale, get on. Red one.
Let me introduce you to my party people in the club.
I'm loose, loose, and everybody knows I get off the chain. Baby's the truth, the truth. I'm like Inception, I play with your brain, so don't sleep or snooze, snooze. I don't play no games, so don't get it confused, no, cause you will lose, yeah. Now pump it up and back it up like a Tonka truck. Got it.
If you go hard, you gotta get on the floor. If you're a party freak, then step on the floor. If you're an animal, then tear up the floor. Break the sweat on the floor. Yeah, we work on the floor. Don't stop, keep it moving, put your drinks up. Pick your body up and drop it on the floor. Let the rhythm change your world on the floor. You know we're running tonight on the floor.
Brazil, Morocco, London to Ibiza, straight to LA, New York, Vegas to Africa.
Dance the night away, live your life and stay young on the floor. Dance the night away, grab somebody, drink a little more.
Así mismo, así me gusta, así me gusta, así me gusta.
Tonight we gon' be hip on the floor. Tonight we gon' be hip on the floor. I know you got it, clap your hands on the floor. And keep on rocking, rock it up on the floor. If you're a criminal, kill it on the floor. Steal it quick on the floor. On the floor. Don't stop, keep it moving, put your drinks up. It's getting ill, it's getting sick on the floor. We never quit, we never rest on the floor. If I ain't wrong, we probably die on the floor.
Brazil, Morocco, London to Ibiza, straight to LA, New York, Vegas to Africa.
Dance the night away, live your life and stay young on the floor.
Así me gusta.
Dance the night away, grab somebody, drink a little more.
Así me gusta, así me gusta, así me gusta.
Tonight we gon' be hip on the floor. Tonight we gon' be hip on the floor.
Donk is like a trunk full of bass on an old school Chevy. 7 Trey Donkey Donk. All I need is some vodka, some Shonky Conk, and watch the chico get Donkey Kong. Baby, if you ready for things to get heavy, I get on the floor and act a fool if you let me lie. Don't believe me, just bet me. My name ain't Keith, but I see the way you sweat me. L.A., Miami, New York, say no more, get on the floor.
you hallelujah. Girls hit you hallelujah. Girls hit you hallelujah. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you.
Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you.
Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you.
Saturday night and we in the spot.
Don't believe me, just watch. Come on. Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Hey, 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 oh!
Stop. Wait a minute.
Fill my cup, put some nigga in it.
Take a sip. Sign the check.
Julio, get the stretch.
Right to Harlem, Hollywood, Jackson, Mississippi. If we show up, we gon' show out. Smoother than a fresh drop skipping.
I'm too hot.
Hot dance.
Call the police and the fireman. I'm too hot.
Hot dance.
Make a dragon wanna retire, man. I'm too hot.
Hot dance.
Bitch, say my name, you know who I am. I'm too hot.
Hot dance.
And my band bought that money. Break it down. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you.
Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you.
Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you.
Saturday night and we in the spot.
Don't believe me, just watch. Come on. Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Hey, 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 oh! Before we leave, let me tell y'all a little something. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. I said uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. Come on, dance, jump on it. If you sexed and flown it, if you freaked and own it, don't brag about it, come show me. Come on, dance, jump on it. If you sexed and flown it,
Well, it's Saturday night and we in the spot.
don't believe me, just watch. Come on. Don't believe me, just watch. Don't believe me, just watch. Don't believe me, just watch. Don't
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us on this big day. We're so thrilled to have you. As we're filing in from the back, could you do me a favor and fill in as many seats as you can in the front? We're going to have a full house tonight, this morning rather. And so we want to make sure that everyone who's coming in maybe a little bit late will get a good seat. So if you could please move up, that would be wonderful. We will have the program start in just a minute. Thank you so much for being here.
I say I'm too late. Got nothing in my brain. That's what people say. That's what people say. I go on too many dates, but I can't make them stay. At least that's what people say. That's what people say. But I keep cruising. Can't stop, won't stop moving. It's like I got this music in my mind saying it's gonna be alright. 'Cause the player's gonna play, 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 play. And the haters gonna hate, 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 baby. I'm just gonna shake, 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 shake. Shake it off, shake it off. Heartbreaker's gonna break, 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 break. And the faker's gonna fake, 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 baby. I'm just gonna shake, 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 shake. Shake it off, shake it off. I never miss a beat. I'm lightning on my feet. And that's what they don't see. That's what they don't see. I'm dancing on my own. Dancing on my own. I'll make the moves up as I go. Moves up as I go. And that's what they don't know. That's what they don't know. But I keep cruising. Can't stop, won't stop grooving. It's like I got this music in my mind saying it's gonna be alright. 'Cause the player's gonna play, 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 play. And the haters gonna hate, 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 baby. I'm just gonna shake, 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 shake. Shake it off, shake it off. Heartbreaker's gonna break, 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 break. And the faker's gonna fake, 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 baby. I'm just gonna shake, 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 shake. Shake it off, shake it off. Shake it off, shake it off. I shake it off, I shake it off. I shake it off, I shake it off. I shake it off, I shake it off.
Hey, hey, hey! Just think, while you've been getting down and out about the liars and the dirty, dirty cheats of the world, you could have been getting down to
Welcome, everybody.
beats.
Wait for the music. There we go. Man, thank you for being here. We're thrilled that you're here with us today. My name is Greg Weeks. I'm the CEO of Max Connect Digital, and I'll be your host for the day. We appreciate, genuinely appreciate those who have traveled near and far to be with us. We have some friends who have been here for the 5th year and traveled to be here with us, and we just appreciate that so much. We have one goal today. Our goal would be that everybody would walk away with something that they can take action on this week. So we have some great panelists, some great speakers, and some great content lined up for all of us, and we hope you'll take advantage of that. Now, just a few housekeeping items. We have beverages and snacks throughout the office. We hope you will keep hydrated and refreshed. We have restrooms just out this door and to the left. We also have the agenda. If you picked up a book on your way in, if you picked up Jen's book, you will see the agenda as the bookmark. But if you didn't get one, you can grab one on the table here. And we also have a QR code that you can scan throughout the events as well. So there's that QR code. Okay. So I just wanted to give an idea kind of what the day is looking like, how it's laid out. This morning we have some incredible speakers and panelists lined up with some amazing content. After we have our keynote and a panel discussion, we're going to have our friend Greg Economou from the Phoenix Suns organization join us. And he's going to share some great stories from his remarkable career in professional sports. That'll take us to about lunchtime. After lunch, we're going to invite our friend Derek Hartman from Google, and he traveled all the way from New York to be with us today, and he's going to talk about the future of paid search and so much more. So we're super excited. He's going to try to give us some live demos as well. So we appreciate everyone being here today and to be with us to participate in this. They're going to end the day with 3 really fast, quick-hitting mini sessions. These mini sessions are literally 20 minutes each, and in years past, they've proven to be very insightful and a lot of fun. So we'd invite you to stay for as long as you can today. So this is our 5th year doing our annual summit, and it just keeps getting better and better. So today, the difference is it's a little dark, so you are allowed to turn on the lights if you use the restroom, just so you know, keep that in mind. Now, I can see out here, so tell me, by a show of hands, who was here last year? Awesome. Who's been here more than 1 year? Okay, that's so amazing. So if you remember last year, our keynote speaker was a gentleman named Nick Baumgartner. Nick is 44 years old, and he is, I always have to practice how to say this, he's an Olympic gold medal, what is he, Olympic gold medal snowboard athlete in the snowboard cross event. It's funny, the Olympics really want you to say things in a specific way, so we had to practice that last year. But Nick's hope was, as a 44-year-old person in excellent shape, was to make the Olympics again, and he did. So I thought it'd be fun to kind of come full circle and see his journey and play a little clip from the Olympics with Nick.
Is this the final race of his professional career, or does he come back at 48 and race again in 4 years' time? Put that into perspective. Baumgartner's racing in the small final means he is the top 8 finisher at the Olympics, and he is racing against someone that's younger than his son in Jonas Chalet, the 17-year-old who will be in the red bib representing France.
Bombs down.
Finish in 6th. Nick Baumgartner will finish in 7th.
Okay, so Nick, man, what a stud. I would not put it past him in imagining that he would be in the next Olympics as well. So, and it was kind of fun to kind of come full circle there and see Nick. I don't know if any of you watched that live, and having seen him in person would have been a pretty fun experience. So we have another athlete today that is going to speak and do our keynote for us, but she's a different kind of athlete. She's a mountaineer, she's a world record holder, and she's a mother of 7. So that's a sport in and of itself right there, and probably worthy of a world record. I was told to not try to introduce Jen, but let the video do the talking. So with that, I'm going to cue the video and welcome to the stage Jen Drummond.
What an incredible story you have.
You're a mom, a mountaineer, an author, a businesswoman. You have 7 children.
After she survived a horrific car accident.
A serious car accident.
Fatal car accident in 2018.
Recently made history.
Made history by summiting what are called
The 7-second summits.
a world record for climbing.
First and only woman.
The first woman ever to ever set and hold that record.
Managing a household of 7 children.
7 from Utah recently made history.
Jen Drummond.
Jen Drummond.
Jen Drummond.
Jennifer Drummond is standing on top of the world.
Wonder Woman herself, Jen Drummond.
Sometimes the accident is the awakening.
Second time trying.
Why am I here? What's my purpose? What can I do with this one magic life? I do not get to choose when I die, but I sure get to choose how I live. Here's what we've done, and as my confidence grows,
top of the mountain, the person you become in the pursuit of that has a ripple effect on this world.
Yay!
am I allowed to be the person that looks at those videos sometimes? I'm like, how did I do that? Really? So my story starts, I like to say, with a little jaunt to Heber, Utah, to get a new driver's license. And on my way back from Heber to Park City, I was paying attention to the Jordanelle Reservoir, looking at it, wondering, why isn't it frozen over yet? Are we gonna get enough snow this year to refill all of these? And while my attention was being pulled away, something caught me back. And I looked, and I was coming up hot on a semi-truck going slower than a snail. So I looked in my rearview mirror, I went to get over, and I didn't quite make it. So when that car collided with that semi-truck, externally, life started going really, really fast. Dirt, sky as I was flipping. Internally, life got really slow. Memories flashing forward on things that I've done, regret surfacing on things I hadn't taken time to do, interrupted with me negotiating with death. Like, please let me live. I promise I'll do something significant. Like, please. And the next thing I remember is a police officer, like, bending over, looking at me, saying, ma'am, you shouldn't be alive right now. And I'm like, is there anybody else in this accident? He goes, no, it's only you. I'm like, okay. So they took me to the hospital, ran all these tests. I got sent home the same day. And so I had to take an Uber home. I took an Uber. I remember pulling up, this is December 18 of 2018. And I was looking at my front door. And a few weeks earlier, I was looking at my front door thinking, man, I need a new front door. I have dog scratches on this, scooter marks on it. Like, this door just needs to be done as I was hanging up the Christmas wreath. And when I came home from that accident and I looked at that front door, I stared at it for a few minutes before I walked in the house. I'm like, God, what an amazing front door to tell the story of my life. I'm so glad I didn't change it. I open the door, I come into the house, there's kids on rollerblades, there's pizza on the counter, there's chaos going on over here, and one of my kids catches me. He's like, Mom, are you okay? I'm like, yeah, I'm fine, why? He's like, because there's a disaster going on and you're not managing it. And I'm like, no, I'm actually just witnessing it right now, but thank you, honey. And he's like, okay. So I sat with the kids and I told them, hey, I was in an accident and I'm glad I'm gonna be here and things are gonna shift. And they're like, well, what do you mean? I'm like, I think I was managing life so much that I forgot to be living life. And they're like, okay. So the next week's Christmas and they're opening presents and my son goes, Mom, why aren't you behind us with the garbage bag picking up all the wrappers? I'm like, the wrappers can be picked up. I'm just gonna sit and absorb all of us opening presents right now. They're like, is this the change we're gonna have? Part of it, for sure. So we go through Christmas. A couple weeks later, the police call, and they said, we've rebuilt this accident over 50 different ways. We cannot build a scenario where you live, let alone walk away unscathed. They're like, buy that car for the rest of your life, and we're excited to see what you're gonna do next. That same day, like the same day, a girlfriend of mine calls me to go running in Salt Lake City. And I'm like, it's raining, I'm a fair weather runner, like you go, catch up with me later. Her husband calls me later. He's like, hey, Jen, I need you to sit down. I'm like, okay. She's like, she went running, she slipped, she hit her head, and she's not coming home. What? I just survived this horrific car accident, and my friend just passed away running because it was raining? Like, how does this even land in my head? So as metabolizing the circumstances, I realized we don't get to choose when we die, but we absolutely get to choose how we live. And so then the question for me became, like, am I really living? If this life is a gift, what am I giving back to it? And I'm also living with this promise that I made, I'm gonna do something significant with my life. So I started getting curious, and I made a list of all the things I wanted to see, do, and experience before my time was up. Because now I was afraid that that could be next year, next month, next week, we don't know. And so as I'm making this list in 2019, at the end of 2019, I realized in 2020, I was turning 40. I'm like, oh, I need to do something epic for my 40th birthday. So when I'm looking at my list, I'm like, you know, swim with whale sharks, taste pasta in Italy, climb a mountain. I'm like, I'm gonna climb a mountain. Because that's only gonna get harder as I get older. And what a great way to launch this next decade of life is to like rise to meet it. So I'm thinking climb a mountain, like grab coffee with a girlfriend, hit Timpanogos, and come home. But I'm at a coffee shop in Park City and I'm talking about this. This person overhears it. He's like, listen, I'm a mountaineer. If I was to climb one mountain in the whole world, I'd climb this mountain named Ama de Blanc. I think you should consider it. I'm like, Ama de Blanc? He's like, yeah, it's located in Nepal. It's the Paramount Pictures logo. Later learned it's not, but at the time I thought it was. And he goes, you know, every time you go to the movies, you can tell your kids, like, I climbed that mountain. It's like, it means the mother's necklace, like all the sales pitch. I'm like, you know what? Yeah, this is my 40th birthday. I'm gonna climb Ama de Blanc. I don't know if you guys remember the beginning of 2020, this little thing called COVID entered the scene. And so now instead of climbing some exotic mountain in an exotic country like Nepal, I'm homeschooling 7 children. And when I'm homeschooling, like I was the mom that made them actually do the work. And so one day, one of my sons was struggling with his math homework. I'm like, we do hard things, buddy. Like, you got this. We all have that parent pep talk in us. And this little guy was on one this day. And he goes, if we do hard things, Mom, why are you climbing a mountain called I'm a Dumb Blonde instead of a real one like Mount Everest? And you guys caught this faster than I did, because I'm like, I'm a dumb blonde. I'm a dumb blonde. Ama de Blanc, honey. Not I'm a dumb blonde. Who are you telling this to? Right? And so he finishes his homework. We look at Everest. He goes to bed. And I'm still looking at Everest. And I think to myself, you know what? If this kid thinks Everest is the hardest mountain in the world, I'm going to climb it. And I'm going to show him whatever our Everest is, we're capable of summiting. So I call up a coach. The coach asks me some questions. He's like, yeah, I can get you ready, no problem. He's like, I need you to buy this book about becoming an uphill athlete, though. I'm like, okay. So we're like getting all the plans in motion. This book comes in the mail, and in the front of it is the story of a lady who got a Guinness World Record. And I have 5 sons. The only book I can get them to read from cover to cover is the Guinness World Record book. So somehow, during a conversation with my coach, I'm sure homeschooling was not going well this day, I'm like, you know what? If I got a Guinness World Record, I actually think I'd be a cool mom. Because right now, I am not a cool mom, and it is hard, the schooling stuff and all these things. I was venting. My coach heard it as a challenge. He's like, oh, I'll think of something. Give me a little bit of time. I'm like, okay. So the conversation leaves and whatever. And then a few weeks later, this coach calls me. He's like, Jen, I have like the perfect world record for you. I'm like, oh, yeah. Okay, what is it? He's like, I think you should become the first woman to climb the 7-second summits. I'm like, I don't know what you just said. The what? Is like the second highest point on every continent. I'm like, well, why wouldn't I climb the highest? He's like, well, the seconds are actually harder, and they've never been done by a woman before. And he goes, and think about it. 7 continents, 7 mountains, you have 7 children. It's a jackpot. I'm like, it sounds like a jackpot, but Alan, I still haven't slept in a tent yet. Like, are we sure we're good for this? He's like, oh, no, these are details. Like, you'll be fine. We'll get you caught up on all those. I'm like, okay. Thankfully, I had no clue what I was getting into. So I come home, and I start telling my kids, like, hey, I was talking to my coach, and I'm thinking of doing this world record where I climb these mountains, and my kids start claiming continents. well, I want Africa, and I want Antarctica, and I want Australia. And like, you know, none of us knew what we were getting into. But the first lesson I learned in that was accountability is love. Because when your kid claims a continent, you better believe that if you don't climb that mountain, there's a whole bunch of other little kids in that family that says, Mom doesn't like you as much as she likes me. She didn't climb your mountain yet. And so all of a sudden, they're equating me climbing the mountain with love, and so I'm climbing that mountain, whatever it takes. And like all pursuits, right? They sound awesome when you're in your living room with your family with like climate control. And so we start on this pursuit, and my coach is like, we're gonna start with an easy one. Ojos del Salado and the Atacama Desert. It sounds sexy and amazing, right? I mean, what? I get there, and I'm on the feature. Like a volcano in a desert is like a pimple on your face. Like there's nothing else to look at. Like you're on the thing. So every step you're taking, you don't even know if you're making progress, except that your watch says an hour has passed. And I'm like, oh, this is mind-boggling. And then because you're on the feature in the desert, there's nothing that keeps the heat in. So when the sun comes up every day and starts heating up air particles, they start moving. So the entire time you're climbing, it's like, you have to scream to hear yourself think. So I come home from this experience and I'm like, Alan, there cannot be another volcano. That was the worst experience of my life. He's like, oh, no, don't worry. That's your only bad one. You're fine. I'm like, okay. I'm like, well, what should we do next? And we were saving Mount Kenya for later in the pursuit because it's a rock climb. And I'm not really a rock climber. But a charity reached out when they found out I was doing this pursuit and said they had a charitable connection there, and if I would go climb, then would I be the face of their charity and help bring these things to life? I'm like, yes, all day long. And so now Mount Kenya got moved up on the list. So my coach goes to me, okay, well, I need you to go down to Salt Lake City, go to the climbing gym, hire an instructor, and just get familiar on what you need to do. So I show up at the front in Salt Lake City. Hi, I'm Jen. I'm going to set a world record in mountaineering, and I need to make sure I can rock climb. And the guy's like, okay. So we go through some ropes, whatever. He ties me up. He goes, okay, well, I need to see where you're at. So I need you to go on that wall over there and just climb, and then we can make a plan. Okay, perfect. I get on that wall. I'm 10 feet off the ground, 10. I start shaking, I start sweating, my vision tunnels, my heart wants to explode out of my chest. I look down at the coach looks up at me, and he gives me like the finger to come down. I come down, I'm like, okay, what just happened? He's like, I think you have a fear of heights. I don't have a fear of heights. Like, how would I not know I have a fear of heights? Like, what? That's what fear feels like? He's like, that's what it looks like. I'm like, well, what are we gonna need to do? Like, I have to climb 17,000 feet on this mountain, and I'm scared at 10. He's like, well, we're gonna have to do exposure therapy. I'm like, exposure therapy? He's like, yeah, I need you to get back on that wall. When you feel that fear, I need you to just go one handhold higher, and then you're gonna come down, regain your composure. We're gonna go back on that wall and try to get one handhold higher. And I need you to come in every single day. I'm like, okay. I would literally go for that climbing gym for like an hour. I'd be so exhausted when I came home that I'd have to take a nap. I decided like, hey, we've been doing 2 weeks. I'm getting farther up the wall. I'm feeling good. I'm gonna take tomorrow off. He's like, no, I wouldn't recommend it. I'm like, no, I'm taking tomorrow off. I took tomorrow off. I came back to the gym, and I went backwards 3 days, right? Like we had to start from 3 days before because that's how much I lost in the momentum. And I realized fear doesn't take time off. We always have to be pushing against it. We have to feel it and have the courage to just reach one handhold higher, because then we'll work through it. So thankfully, Mount Kenya was a success, which I'm like, okay, 2 for 2, life's good. This is amazing. And so my next climb was actually Mount Everest. And now Mount Everest being the highest point in the world, we were using it as training ground for K2. So 1, we were climbing Everest to satisfy my son, and then 2, we were climbing it because this is gonna give us a training ground to be like, okay, here's our gear, here's what we're using, here's how we're fueling, here's how your body's handling the lack of oxygen, so that when we get to K2, which is much more dangerous, we already know how to approach K2. I'm like, okay. So we get to Everest, and the best thing about Everest is you have a village of people pursuing the same thing. And the beauty of that and the community of that is when you don't feel like climbing one day, there's a whole bunch of people that do. And so you get to borrow their energy. And if they don't feel like climbing one day, hopefully that's the day that you feel like climbing and you get to share your energy. And so it's so much easier to climb these big mountains when you're surrounded in an environment that's trying to do the same thing, because you get to borrow and play off of each other. And when you climb Everest, which at the time I was not overly clear on, you actually climb Everest multiple times. I literally thought we went there, you set up base camp, it took you a couple weeks to get up and down, and then you were done. What actually happens is you go from base camp to Camp 1, and then all the way back down to base camp. Like, I remember getting to Camp 1, and my guide's like, no, we're gonna go down now. I'm like, you're going down? I'll wait. He's like, no, you have to go down. I'm like, no, we just hiked for 12 hours. Like, why do we need to go down? He's like, you'll understand. I'm like, okay, so we go down, we wait 3 days, the weather is good, and so now we go from base camp to Camp 1, and then we go to Camp 2. And then the guide's like, we're going down. Like, to Camp 1? Can we go to Camp 1? He's like, no, we need to go all the way back down to base camp. And you actually do this from base camp to Camp 1 to Camp 2 to Camp 3, and Camp 3 all the way back down to base camp. And it feels like failure every single time. There's not a bone in your body when you're going the opposite way of the summit that feels good. But here's what happens. You've never been to Camp 3. So your body doesn't know how to respond to that lack of oxygen. You have to go all the way back down to base camp because the stress you experienced at Camp 3 now makes your body physiologically change. So you produce more red blood cells. So when you go back up the mountain, you're able to go higher because you're acclimatizing. And I love this term because a lot of times in our lives, business, pursuits, we get to a Camp 1 and like we want to push. But if we pushed from Camp 1 and kept going, we're not going to summit. Our body's not acclimatized to what's going on. So we have to actually go down the mountain and say, okay, what did that failure, setback, or struggle teach me? What am I learning from this? How do I integrate that into my being so that I can climb higher up the mountain? My son failed a math test the other day. He's like, Mom, I'm acclimatizing. I'm like, not quite, honey, but thank you. Yeah, nice try. So on Everest, there's this little thing called the Khumbu Icefall. This is what they show online all the time. And the Khumbu Icefall is I don't know, you think of that movie, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, and you shrink yourself into a little morsel and you put yourself in like an Oreo cookie blizzard and say, hey, climb out. It shifts 3 to 6 feet a day because the sun will come in at these different angles, get hot spots, melt, and then things fall. And when you're going through it, you have to go like around crevasses, you have to go up crevasses, and then at some point, you have to go across crevasses. And I had trained for this. Like, I have a friend that has a swimming pool, so we put a ladder across, so we walked across that. I'm like, okay, I'm kind of getting this. And then I got there. It's like, no. Like, 0, no. So my friends all go ahead of me. I'm like, yeah, you go first, which was not a good play for me, but we did it. And so I'm the last person over here. And my coach is like, you're going to run into a hard time on Everest. I just don't know when. So before you leave, we need to put together a toolkit so when that hard time comes, you can get back in the game. I'm like, okay, perfect. So Khumbu Ice Falls before Camp 1. And I'm like, man, I'm already having my hard time. So I'm thinking of my toolkit. I have a picture of my kids. I pull it out, I look at it. I'm like, they're gonna think I'm crazy. That didn't help. So then I wrote myself a letter, right? So I'm reading this letter to remind myself why I'm doing this and blah, 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 blah. And I'm reading that letter and I'm like, how is it an air-conditioned living room? What? This doesn't even count. My mom wrote me a letter, okay? I had a playlist. So I started playing a little Vanilla Ice. Anything less than the best is a felony. Wasn't helping. I live in Utah. I had an essential oil that was oranges because I remember making orange juice with my grandparents in Florida. So that was supposed to bring back that memory. Didn't help. And so my whole toolkit is abused and I haven't even crossed the first ladder. And so I got to the corner and I'm like, okay, I just need to time in. And I got quiet and I said, there's 999 reasons why this isn't gonna work. But I only need one to make it work. I just have to take one step. And so I literally started crossing the ladder, holding onto the rope, and I'm like, step, step, so that I could crowd out any other thought. And I'll show you. This has volume sometimes when we're playing this, but yeah, this is what it looked like to cross. And my team is yelling step. I'm yelling step. I'm swallowing my heart to put it back in my chest as we're going through this section. And I finally make it to the other side. This guy catches me with a big hug. And my team and I are celebrating like it's Christmas, my birthday, and the 4th of July all in one moment, right? Because when you have these emotions in your body and these physical feelings, you have to tell your body, okay, we succeeded, we won. It needs to have a story on speed dial so that when that feeling comes up again, which it will, you can be like, oh yeah, we had this before, but we had success. And that's okay. So we celebrated and onward we climbed. So the next famous section of Everest is this section called the Lhotse Face. And for a lack of better terms, the Lhotse Face is like a 3,700 foot outdoor Stairmaster. I mean, you just go from here and go up to where the rocks are and you cut to the left. And it's everybody's least favorite time of Everest because again, there's not a lot of visual things to see. And it collects a whole bunch of sun. So the sun will reflect off of all these surfaces and it can feel like 70 degrees. And then a cloud can come out and it will go to negative 40 degrees that fast. And so you have to always manage like the temperature and what's going on. And when you commit to this section, you're really not bailing from this section. This is like we're committing, we're going, whatever shows up, we're gonna nail through it. And because it takes you so long to do this section, like 12 to 14 hours, you typically get quite a few different weather patterns. So when we started this, it was this beautiful, sunny, happy day. And then as we started going, the weather started to shift a little bit. So our guide's like, hey, we need to switch to low lens glasses. So that means you either need pink, yellow, orange, or clear to have your depth perception be right. I'm like, okay. I had pink, of course. So I put on my pink glasses. We start hiking again. And as we're hiking, I'm looking out at my glasses, and I'm like, I feel like I'm in a cotton candy machine. Like everything's pink and happy and pink swirling around and things are good. And because I feel like I'm in a cotton candy machine, I start telling myself like, oh, remember when I went to the circus with my grandparents that had cotton candy? And remember the game Candyland that we used to play with the kids? And remember that song like Watermelon Sugar High? Because I'm with all the things. I'm actually having a pretty good time by myself in this little moment. And then our alarms go off on all of our devices because when you're at altitude, your body doesn't signal you to eat or drink. So when the devices go off, that means, okay, we need to stop for a minute, everybody get something to drink, everybody eat something, then we're gonna continue climbing. So the devices go off, I set my backpack down, I go to get my snack out, I bump my goggles, and I'm like, oh, guys, what are we doing? And the guys are like, whoa, 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 what just happened? I'm like, no, 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 what's going on? It is gray, cold, miserable, and we're in like a whiteout snowstorm. And the guy next to me is like, yeah. What do you mean, yeah? He's like, we've been in this for 2 hours. Where have you been? I was at a cotton candy machine. I was having fun. I was happy and warm and pink. He's like, what? And so I gave him my goggles, and he's like, yeah, it looks kind of pink. I get it. Like, you get it? And I sat there and I was like amazed that we were on the same rope, doing the same activity at the exact same time. And they were miserable going through it. And I was happy and warm and had energy for days. And the minute I changed that perspective, it like evaporated. And it was the first time I realized like the pink lens theory. Like truly, if you're gonna commit to something and it starts getting hard or miserable or whatever, it's on you to change that experience. It's on you to look at that with a different perspective. That how can I make this fun? Because we're going through it. Of course, now I can't put the pink lenses back on because that bubble's been burst. And so then what we decided was like whoever was leading this section of the climb was going to either tell jokes, sing songs, or tell stories. And when that person got tired, they'd go to the back of the line and the next person would lead. And I can tell you, our team, if you ask like what their favorite section of Everest was, they're gonna tell you this section right here. Because it's where we bonded, went through a really hard time, found a way to have fun, and learn about each other and connect. From Everest, we're past this section, and now we're coming up to Camp 4. When you climb Everest, you don't get to see the summit until Camp 4. Like, I'm on this mountain for weeks, and we never get to see the summit. We get to Camp 4, and all I could think about was like, how do we have this much further to go? Like, we've been on this thing for days. And when you summit Everest, you actually start hiking in the middle of the night because you want to get to the summit as close to sunrise so that when you get down off the mountain as early in the afternoon as possible, because you don't want to be at big mountains anytime after 2 o'clock because storms will come in every day. So we're at Camp 4, and we're deciding who's going in what order to get to the top. And all I can think about at this moment is this section of Everest called the Hillary Step. So when I signed up for Everest, the Khumbu and the Hillary Step were the two things that I was worried about. Like, okay, we got through the Khumbu icefall, so we're good. But now this Hillary Step is like 10 feet below the summit, and it's the crux move. And so as we're climbing that day, we're taking turns on who's in front. And I'm in front of this section, and like this entire time we're climbing, I'm thinking, okay, Hillary Step, what is it gonna look like? How are we gonna move it? What's gonna happen? Because no one can really tell you anything about the Hillary Step. So anyways, I'm leading this section, and I start seeing like flags. I'm like, this doesn't make sense, I shouldn't see flags. And so I look back at my guide, I'm like, where do we go? He's like, smiling as big as you can smile. We're at the summit, we're at the summit. I'm like, we're at the summit? He's like, yes! I'm like, where's the Hillary Step? He's like, well, what do you mean? I'm like, no, I want to know where the Hillary Step is. He's like, oh, we didn't have it this year. How do you not have it? He's like, well, there's a whole bunch of snow. And so the snow filled it in, so it's not a thing this year. Well, I want to see it. So he like walks me to where it is. Like, this is where it would have been, and this is how it normally looks, but this is what it looks like this year. You guys, the amount of space that Hillary Step took up in my brain for the year since I committed to doing that climb is embarrassing. And it didn't even show up. And I'm telling you, if you think about it, we all have a Hillary Step so in our lives. And I'm asking you to like label it and be like, you know what, it might not even be there. So you do all the pictures, you're at the summit. And I don't know why I thought you hung out at the summit, but I did. So after we do these photos and the guide's like, hey, we're going down. I'm like, we've been here before. We're not going down yet. He's like, no, we're going down. I'm like, we've been here for 5 minutes. Why are we going down? He's like, because the oxygen in your tank's gonna freeze. It's too cold for you to be up here. So I got to spend 10 minutes on the top of Mount Everest. Okay? I trained 1,238 hours for those photos. And as we're walking down that mountain, I realized it's not the summit we're after. It's the person we become in pursuit of it. And I'm just thinking, like, how many times that frustration, that setback, that story is actually the one I come back to now. It's the one I share. It's not like the smooth moments. It's the overcoming ones. It's the ones that like open a part of you that now get to be a part of you because you've experienced them and you trust that person. So after Everest, it's time to come to K2. Does anybody know anything about K2? 25% of the people that summit K2 die in its pursuit. So that was like a big thing hanging over my head. When you hike into Everest, you get to hike into like little tea towns. K2 does not have those. It's a 55-mile trek in where you set up tents and then you take them down, you set up tents and you take them down. K2 is so dangerous that when you acclimatize like you did on Everest, you don't acclimatize in K2. They have you acclimatize on a mountain next to K2 called Broad Peak. And then when the weather's good, they'll be like, okay, now it's time to go to K2. We just want to spend as little time in there as possible. This year, then 2021, when we did K2, the Nepalese were not allowed in. The Nepalese were not allowed in because there was a kind of a COVID outbreak, and there's a little bit of a war on who's the better mountaineers, the Nepalese or the Pakistanis, because they have more of the 8,000-meter peaks in the world. And so the Pakistanis are like, yes, this is our chance to show that we're just as strong as the Nepalese. And they're both great mountaineers. The big difference is that Nepal has a 10-month season and Pakistan has a 3-month season. So it doesn't take long for there to be a gap in skills and experience because of exposure. So when we're climbing Broad Peak and acclimatizing, we're getting close to like this section called the saddle. And I'm paying attention, I'm like, you know, we've already ran out of fuel, so we can't melt any more snow to turn it into water. We started cutting rope about 2 hours ago from less dangerous places to put it into the more dangerous places. And we still have over 1.5 miles to go to get to that summit. And this isn't even our mountain. Yes, it would feel amazing to say I summited Broad Peak. It's one of the 14 8,000-meter peaks in the world. But things are just not equating, so I'm telling this only other English-speaking person on my team, I think we should go down. Like, we're acclimatized. This isn't our mountain. These are things that went wrong, blah, 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 blah. And he's like, no, like, we're so close. Finally, we come to an agreement that if we don't make a certain amount of progress in 30 minutes, we're going down. We ended up going down. And so he stops at Camp 3 on the way down, and I'm furious, and like anger's a really good emotion for me to work with. And so I'm taking that anger all the way to base camp. So I get to base camp, and it's like 9 o'clock at night. I've been moving like for way more than 24 hours. I get there, and everybody's like, why are you back? Like, what's going on? Like, I'm not talking to any of you. I'm mad at you. I need sleep before I have communication. And they're like, okay. So I go sleep. And then at midnight, I get like lights on my tent. People are like, hey, Jen, there's a problem on the mountain. I'm like, really? They're like, yeah, someone fell with the rope into a crevasse, and now we have 12 people stuck up there. Nobody's been on the mountain that high but you. I'm like, I didn't go that far. I go, I can tell you that there's problems accumulating, so I could see that could happen, but I don't know how to help. It took us 3 days to get everybody off of Broad Peak. Lost hands, lost feet, lost 4 lives. And it was there that I realized big mountains take big teams. So if you have a big goal or a big pursuit or a big anything, you need a big team to make it happen. Because when you have people that are setting the rope, that are also your rescue team, that are also all these other pieces, when one thing goes wrong, you don't have the depth to handle it. So we get back down to base camp, and they're like, hey, weather's going to turn. We're going to go try to summit K2. Here's all the things we learned on that mountain. Here's what we're going to do here. But guess what? There's not enough tent space. So we need to have somebody go ahead. That somebody ended up being me. So the team would go to Camp 1. I would hike up to Camp 2. They'd go to Camp 2. I'd hike up to Camp 3. Big difference between K2 and Everest is like K2 actually has like climbing sections. You have to go up things. And everybody gets a radio on K2. So you get a radio, if it called, then you have 15 minutes to call back and let them know where you are in the mountain and what's happening. So I'm climbing like this section right here, and my radio goes off. I'm like, okay, no big deal. It goes off again. I'm like, oh, they must have bumped it. 3rd time, and a 4th time. I'm like, man, it hasn't been 15 minutes. Like, give me a break a second. So we finally get to this section. That's one of the porters. I hand him the radio, right? And then I'm straining to listen to what they're saying. Because if you strain, you can understand Pakistani. I don't know. I'm like, what? And so they're talking. I'm reading their body language. They hand the radio to me. And they're like, Jen, there's been an avalanche. Rick's dead, Jordan broke his leg, and Stefan's stuck. We can't send a helicopter to rescue him because the helicopter will vibrate another avalanche and we could lose him. You need to decide if you want to continue to climb or not. And they go silent. And so I'm sitting here like running this through my head. Rick, the only other English-speaking person on my team, who's 67 years old, who's been in the mountains forever, who's won awards, he's the one who got caught in an avalanche? Like, what? And so I'm doing this in my head, and somebody must like said my name, because eventually I'm like, Jen, I'm Jen, yes, Jen. They're like, hey, we're going up the mountain. We're a day from the summit. Do you want to join our team? I'm like, I can't join your team. I have to take care of my team. We just had a death. And so I click gear, we start climbing down. And when you die in K2, you get a plate pounded with your name and date. We did a burial as best as we could. I hiked 55 miles out, took a whole bunch of cars, got in an airplane, landed in LAX, and I can remember being like, whew. I'm gonna let you know, like if you sigh a sigh of relief in the LAX airport, you've been through some trauma, okay? So I call my nanny and I'm like, hey, I just went through a whole bunch of stuff. I'm not ready to come home. She's like, don't worry, the kids are at camp, process, you'll be fine. So I started going through the story, peeling it apart, figuring out how I'm not the victim and where it all comes together, because I need to have the courage to go back. And I get back into Utah. I drive down the next day to get the kids from the airport, from their camp. They come running to me. And they're like, Mom, did you summit? No, I didn't, but I had success. I'm like, what? I'm like, proud of the person I showed up as. We had some problems on the mountain. The mountain will always be there, but who you are as a person matters more, and I'm proud of what I did. And they're like, okay, are you gonna go back? I'm like, yeah, I have to go back. It's one of my mountains. They're like, okay, and they rolled with it. They're kids. My coach was smart enough to be like, we need a win. Like, we cannot sit on this energy. We need a win as fast as we can to get momentum going for us. Randomly, this is September of 2021, Russia gives me a permit to climb Dik Tau. And this is one of these like technical climbs. And so I had to like order 20 pairs of gloves. I sent 19 pairs back. So I had like the perfect pair for dexterity and warmth and all these things. And so when I land in Moscow, and my bag doesn't land in Moscow, and I'm at the luggage turntable, and the guide's meeting me there. He's like, no luggage. I'm like, yeah, so can we come back tomorrow? No, we go today. Weather good, or you go home. Go home, I just got here. He's like, no, weather good now, we have to go. I'm like, well, I don't have any stuff. He's like, well, we'll go rent. We're gonna rent gear for like this mountain? Are you kidding me? He's like, go home. Okay, sweet, we're renting gear. Let's go. So we go to a store, we rent some gear. I'm rolling sleeves on the jacket. I'm tying the backpack so it doesn't fall off my shoulders. And I'm wearing as many pairs of socks as I can wear so that my feet fit in the boots that do not fit me. And I am wearing Scooby-Doo boys underwear because it's the only thing in the store that would fit me. And I'm sitting here thinking like, I can't even imagine this is my life right now. So we get to the mountain, and my whole story is like anything I learn about the mountain, it's gonna help me come back. It's a beta run. We're just gonna run and get beta and come back. Somehow, we summit. Like amazingly, like 1 in 9 teams that attempt this mountain summit. We summit. I'm like butt scooting down this thing at points because my feet hurt so bad from pounding into the front of the boots because they didn't fit. I mean, it was the ugliest, most miserable, horrible climb I've ever had in my life, and all I could think of was like, thank God all the camera equipment is in those bags so no one gets to see any of these pictures. And when we got to the airport, everything was sitting there perfectly with like zip ties, and I just was like, what? And then 6 months later, Russia closed. 6 months later, Russia closed. Like I'm going to Russia next week for the first time again. This is the first opportunity we'd have to go back to Russia. And I'm sitting there thinking, like, if I didn't allow it to look messy, sideways, and just see what happened, I wouldn't have the world record today. Because I had a perfect picture of how it was gonna be, and then when I showed up, it was the complete opposite. But we still had success. And I think a lot of times we can get caught up in our head of what it should look like, and stop working with what it does look like, and that's where we run into trouble. After Russia, we went to Antarctica. Your compass doesn't work in Antarctica, so that's fun. You use notes from people that have climbed it before. And we were on this section, because we were like the 15th people to summit this mountain ever, and it hadn't been summited in a few years. The North Face athlete team failed the year before. So like a lot in the brain power there. And we're at this point and we're like, okay, based on these notes, do we think the rock rolled down the mountain? Is it covered in so much snow this year that we don't see the rock? Did we make a wrong turn? Like, where are we at? And when we reached the top of that mountain and we were taking photos and notes and documents and all this kind of stuff, it made me realize how important it is as that we climb our mountains, that we're documenting this and figuring out what we're doing so when the next team comes, it's so much easier for them to summit and have more data points and be like, this is what it is and this is how it goes. Because then when they come, they're gonna have way more energy to go even further with whatever they're doing. From Antarctica, we go back to Mount Logan. We did not have success at Mount Logan our first attempt. The weather was bad and Parks Canada pulled us off. It was us and National Geographic doing some ice drilling, and they said, you won't be able to melt water for the next 2 weeks, so we're gonna pull everybody off the mountain. And it was time to go back to K2. There was not a bone in my body that was ready to go back to K2. I kept thinking like, oh, I'm gonna train for it physically and then eventually the mental's gonna catch up. The mental was not catching up. And I got a message on Instagram, and it was like a phone call on Instagram, which I didn't even know those things could happen. And it was a person I had met the year before, climbing in Pakistan. And they're like, are you coming back this year? I'm like, yeah, I am. I'm coming back. I'm like, going to be there in 3 weeks. Remember how you said that if I trained really, really hard, that I'd someday be able to climb the mountain? I was like, yeah, no, you always have to be ready. So if the opportunity knocks, you can take advantage of it. So yes, you have to train. Well, no one put me on their team this year. Well, yeah, I didn't think it was going to happen in a year. Like, it could be years. But yeah, no, but I've been doing everything I can. I'm like, okay, I'm going to put you on my team. Let me make some phone calls to see if we can make this happen. So when we went back in July of 2022, we had success, thankfully. I became the 3rd American female to stand on top of K2. But probably the most important thing is this flag right here. It's the first Pakistani female to stand on top of K2. That's a phone call that I got on Instagram of the lady that I met the year before that waited 3 hours in line for me to get an antibiotic that I could bring to base camp in case something went wrong. And when she asked to be on my team, I mean, like, it was a big deal for people, like, are you sure, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, no, we're good. And it gave me something to focus on outside of myself to make that climb easier. And it gave me so much courage on when, like, things go bad. Like, K2 was a disaster in 2021. There wasn't a bone in my body that wanted to go back. And I'm so grateful and humble that I had the opportunity to go back, because I got to play a teeny tiny part in this woman's story. I have twin daughters. I know what it means when they look at somebody that sees somebody that looks like them in an environment that doesn't belong. Because when you have all these little Muslim girls around the world that now see a female that looks just like them on top of their country's prized peak, that plants curiosity. And curiosity is the birthplace of possibility. And so I think when we're in this room today and we're on these pursuits in our lives and these mountains that we're climbing, it is so important that we have the courage to keep going. Because we only get to see life from our perspective. There's a bigger force at play that's saying, okay, like, that little human right there, that person's gonna go. So if they keep going, then I'm gonna be able to use them in ways they can't see and participate in stories they didn't even know existed until they happen. From K2, we went to Mount Logan and had success. Came back to the airport in Salt Lake City. My family, my mom, my kids are all at the airport with me. Not quite like the reunion when someone comes back from their mission, but you know, our version. And they're like, Mom, congratulations. So I give the little guy that started this whole thing with the I'm a Dumb Blonde story a hug. And he's like, Mom, you have bad breath. I was on a plane for 15 hours, bud. Like, okay. And I share that because my cool mom moment was like 3 seconds, okay? Like 3 seconds. So I get the Guinness, well, we think we get the Guinness World Record. File all the documents. I mean, the stuff they need is insanity. File it all, and they're like, you know what? There's a dispute on what's a continent. We need you to climb 2 more mountains. I'm like, there's self-driving cars in Arizona. How is there a dispute on what's a continent today? They're like, no, there is. Indonesia, there's a mountain there that's sometimes considered a part of Australia instead of Asia, and if it is, it's higher in Indonesia. And if we don't want to include Russia into Europe, then you should climb Mount Rosa in Russia. I'm like, okay. So I went to climb Mount Rosa, went to climb Indonesia, and then finally got the world record. But Guinness didn't even tell me. Like, we filed everything, they're like, yeah, it's good. And then they're like, the guy that was filing it and my contact over there, he's like, yeah, and you're actually gonna be in the record book. Like, not every record gets in the record book. So it's like amazing. I'm like, okay, cool. I don't wanna tell anybody because I don't have the official record, but supposedly I'm in the book. And what happens if they like change the print, so who knows? So anyway, so we get the book, it comes in, I'm on page 86, okay? I was a waitress growing up. And when you're out of something, you 86 it. So I thought, that's cute, universe. And then my thing in the Guinness World Record book is like the size of a postage stamp. And like a couple pages before is a lady who collected Polly Pockets, which are like McDonald's toys basically. Whole page, right? Awesome. Finally got the record, whatever. But like, it's just fun. Like, life is fun when you think about it. This all started with a lost driver's license. A car accident that should have killed me. A misunderstanding of how a mountain's pronounced. And an evolution of a goal and then community and possibility and all these things that's built it into something so much bigger than I would have, like if you would have met me in 2017 and said, hey, do you want to climb a mountain? Like, take photos, tell me about it, right? And I love life like that. And we're all in this room in these positions where we get to build companies and create opportunities, and we don't even get to see what the ripple effect is, but I can promise you it's bigger than what you can even imagine. So thank you for today. Do you want me to do a question? Yeah. We have like a couple minutes for questions if anybody wants to ask anything. Yes? Yes. You know what? I'm so glad I was driving this car. I was driving a Porsche Cayenne. Because could you imagine if I like drove a Honda Civic and my story for the rest of my life was like, well, I have to drive a Honda Civic forever? Yeah. So luckily for me, the Porsche is, they do like a Formula One like airbag system for the driver. So like it covers you everywhere. So if anybody had been in my car, nobody else would have lived. And they're like, again, they came to the accident like dead person, dead person, dead person. And they're like, oh, it's a Cayenne, there's a possibility. And I was unscathed. Please help with that. I mean, I'm like, I pitch your car every time I speak, and you don't even want to give me like a discount. Come on. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I got a question about how, like, the Everest thing. So you mentioned that you went from base camp to Camp 1, and then back to base camp, then Camp 2. So back and forth. How much time would you spend at the camps? And then before you summited Everest, where did you camp at?
Yeah, perfect. Okay, so a normal person would do Everest over 8 weeks, okay? And they would do that because that's how long, it takes 2 weeks to get to base camp to acclimatize, and then you'll go up, and then you'll come down. And every time you go up to like a camp, you have to actually come back down under 19,000 feet for your body to start healing itself again. So that's why every base camp in the world on any mountain is below 19,000 feet, because your body won't go into healing mode above that. I, of course, was like, I can't be gone for 8 weeks. I'm a single mom of 7 kids. And so that was like my big thing. I'm like, I'm never gonna be able to climb Everest because of that wall, because the only thing I care about is being a good mom. And that 8 weeks and being a good mom did not equate for me. And so thankfully I got curious, and a doctor in Park City named Max Testa, he's like, well, they have these tent things that you can rent, and you can sleep in this tent that would mimic the lack of oxygen, and so you can acclimatize at home. And I'm like, okay, so like I guess they came out with them because when you're in Florida and you have to play football in Colorado, like they need to get these guys ready to be able to play up in that less oxygen environment. So I lived in this tent at my house for 6 months, like dialing it up, and it helps because I'm at 6,500 feet, so we could get me acclimatized to 22,000 before I left. And so then again, I was still like, I can't be gone for this long. And so we got my expedition to be gone. I was gone 21 days from door to door. And the coolest thing about it, which is a total side story, is when you're gone as a mom, you like have a book this thick of like what everybody does. Here's who needs to be at practice, here's what they eat, here's how it all happens. And so the last stop I made was the school. I was like, hey, I'm gonna be gone, I've never been gone this long. I have everything covered, but can you give my kids a little bit of grace? Because I'm gone and they might be a little more moody than normal. And this teacher came back to me and she's like, well, this is amazing. Would you do a lesson on setting goals with the kids at school? So I went into the school, we set this lesson up. Every kid colored like a flag of what their Everest goal was, ski a Black Diamond ski run or whatever that make it travel soccer team. And then we had a big mountain in the front of the school, and I had a tracking device. So the kids could track me where I was when I was climbing, and then I could Zoom call from base camp, because Wi-Fi at Everest is better than it is in Park City. And so I would call into the classrooms, and they'd ask like, where'd you poop, what'd you eat, like important kid questions. And it was so cool because my biggest fear was being gone, and the biggest gift was being gone because they got to be loved on by a community that in a way that I could have never imagined. But yeah, so when you do that, so for me, we waited until the whole mountain was set, and we're like, okay, the mountain's set, fly over. And then I was acclimatized, so I didn't have to do the hike in, so I could handle base camp right away. And I fib a little bit on this story in the standpoint if you go up and down, most people do. When I came, I got to skip and go up to Camp 3 and come all the way back down. So we went up to Camp 3, came all the way back down, waited 3 days, and then we did the push. And when you go for the summit push, you go from base camp, and then you go to Camp 2. You don't do Camp 1. You go to Camp 2. We got stuck in a storm, so we had to stay an extra day at Camp 2. Then you go to Camp 3. You go to Camp 4. You summit. And then most people go down all of those. But I went from summit to Camp 2 and then base. And then by how lucky the timing went, when I went from base, I took a helicopter to Kathmandu. I flew out the same day, and because of the time change, it was crazy. I summited on May 31st, and I was back in Utah June 1st. Yeah.
I've got a question for you.
Yeah.
So you've been talking about the power of perspective today.
Yes.
So the version of you now before us.
Yeah.
What would you tell the version of you years ago who just crawled out of an accident that you could have easily died from?
Yeah. So I think the version of Jen before the accident was like a perfectionist and so focused on other people's perception of me. I ran soccer teams and Sunday school and PTA classrooms and blah, 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 blah. And I'll never forget running this holiday party. It was a Thanksgiving one, and I was co-running it with another parent. And it was one of those Pinterest moms, which I love Pinterest moms, but I'm just not a Pinterest mom. So this mom came in with a sweater that had turkey feathers and a turkey hairpiece and had a matching one for me. And so I'm in the bathroom putting on this hideous turkey outfit, wondering what decisions I've made in my life that put me into this spot. And I was mortified. And then a few weeks later, this car accident happens. And I'm like, I'm not the turkey sweater mom. I'm so glad that there's a turkey sweater mom. I'm not that mom, and I don't have to be. And so for me, it was very much you do you, I'm gonna do me, they're gonna be different, and they all matter. And I think that's the biggest perspective shift. And so yes, but yeah. Thank you guys so much for your time today. It was great to be here. So yeah.
That was incredible. I love how casual she was about Everest. It's oh, we've summited. That's crazy to me. I also do feel a little bit guilty now about following my kids around on Christmas morning with the garbage bag because I am that guy. So hopefully I don't have to go through the same experience as you, Jen. But that was amazing. We appreciate her being here and sharing her story with us. Okay, so next, in fact, I would ask the panelists to go take the opportunity to get mic'd up while we do this. We have a couple of vignettes. We have one little vignette presentation. Then we'll do our panelist discussion, and then one more vignette before our next keynote. So I just wanted to tell a little story about the gentleman I'm going to introduce today. So we were recently in a client meeting, and we had a lot of our team members sitting around the table, and we got kind of further down the conversation, and then we talked about brand strategy, and Mitch Henderson started speaking, and one of the guys in the meeting was like, I knew he was a brand strategy guy because you can just tell it the way that Mitch looks. I don't know what he was saying about the rest of us, Phil. Maybe we're kind of old, boring guys. But anyway, Mitch Henderson is an amazing talent. He's been at the agency twice, actually. He joined us kind of out of school. He was at BYU Ad Lab and just has this brilliant mind. And then he went away and worked for doTERRA to work under a brand strategist out of New York and had an amazing experience, learned a ton of skills. And when he was ready, He came back to Max Connect, so he's been here for a couple years now. And Mitch Henderson is going to talk about kind of the state of the industry insights. And so we're excited to welcome Mitch Henderson to the stage.
Thanks, Greg. Thank you. Let's see. Okay, thanks for having me, guys. I want to talk today and just take 5 minutes of your time to really dive in and take a high-level look at where the industry stands today and where we're going. So let's dive in. So here's some thoughts. I think the consumer has evolved. All of us in this room, we are consumers of something. And I think we have changed a lot in the last couple of years. But what hasn't changed is brands and the marketing. A lot of these brands are lagging behind. And today I want to talk about three things, three consumer behavioral shifts that are really shaping the way brands are acting and sometimes of how they're missing the mark. So let's dive in. So consumer shift number one, trust has collapsed upward and outward. So what do I mean by this? I think consumers are no longer trusting institutions the way that they used to. They trust peers, they're texting their friends, they're going to Reddit, they are doing their own research. And here's an interesting stat. According to Nielsen, 92% of consumers trust recommendations from family and friends over any form of paid advertising. So that doesn't bode well for an agency that's doing, paid advertising. However, I think what's important here and the implication is that if you can harness, if brands and marketing can harness that sentiment, right, of trusted peer, family and friend sharing, that's where you will win. And so creating these communities, I think, is a huge thing that needs to be done. Number two, the consideration phase has gotten longer and a bit weirder. So what I mean by that is, you can go on LinkedIn and read some headlines that say, the funnel is dead. It's not dead. It just looks a little bit different than it used to. It's not as linear as it once was. So we know this. Before every purchase, the average consumer touches a brand at least 7 times before making a conversion or making a purchase, right? And what we're seeing now, and we can look into this at Max Connect with our Kudos platform, we can see all of the different touch points on all of the different channels, going from Reddit, texting a friend, or Google, and then the large language models, ChatGPT and Claude, and then back to Google. So there's a lot that's going on, and it's making this consideration phase a lot longer, and that has a big implication on how what brands are saying and when they're saying it. So that's something to be conscious of. So shift number 3, the last shift that I'll talk on is consumers are hyper aware of what's AI generated versus what's human. So AI is awesome. It is awesome for increasing efficiencies and eliminating busy work, scaling a team of a one-person marketing team to operating as if they have 10 people. There's a lot of great things to be said there. However, brands need to be very conscious of when to be very human, right? I think marketing that denotes humanity to consumers, this is becoming exceptionally desirable. So that's something to be cognizant about. So this is where I think brands are getting it a little bit wrong. The first thing is the ROAS, or return on ad spend, doom loop, right? So over-indexing on performance media because it's measurable. What's happening is sometimes the focus is too much there, and brands are choking or starving that top of funnel or awareness marketing. And when that happens, brand equity quietly erodes, acquisition costs keep climbing, and you're harvesting a lot of these leads or customers, but you're not growing, and those leads will eventually dry up. So point number 2, the content volume trap. Treating AI-enabled scale as strategy. This isn't really a strategy. Brands need to be very smart about how they are integrating AI into their marketing and into their marketing workflows. I think more content does not equal more resonance. If it's not rooted, if this marketing and the creative and the messaging is not rooted in human truth, it's not going to resonate. We can promise you that. And then the final thing is the safety default. If every word and every message is approved by committee, or every idea sanded down till it offends no one or moves no one, then you're not going to punch through. If you're sounding like every other person or every other competitor in your category, you're slowly going to fade to the back. So safe is just a slower way to disappear. So we need to be provocative. We need to say the things that matter. So really, it all boils down to this. Brands winning in 2026 don't need to outspend everyone in their category per se, but what they do need to do is out-understand their customers. So really what it comes down to is, are you understanding your consumer from data that you gathered 2 years ago? Or are you really understanding who they are today with how the landscape has changed? Are you understanding their motivations, their problems, their goals? And if you can uniquely understand all of that and create targeting and targeted messages to speak to that consumer, that is where you will win. That's my time. Thank you.
Okay, a stage change, right? Bringing up the chairs. I did want to mention that Jen Drummond is going to be here through lunch, so if you got one of her books and would like to have a quick chat and have her sign that, she's available to do that during lunch. So we appreciate her extending her time with us and being here. Okay, so I'm very excited about this next discussion. I haven't moderated a lot of panel discussions. We usually leave that to Phil. You know, the camera loves Phil. So I'm hoping I can do it justice here, but I'm so excited about the executive leaders we have for this discussion. Okay, so what we'll do is we're just going to have, I'm going to announce your name and come on up, and then I'll do a little intro once you're up here. But first, I'd like to welcome Jeff Harmon, co-founder and chief content officer at Angel Studios. Daniel Scarpino, CEO of Austin Post and the Post Malone Companies. And last but not least, Megan Crossland, who's the Chief Commercial Officer at Built Brands. Excellent. So you can see, oh yeah, sorry Megan, it's a little obstacle course back there.
All good.
Great, you can see why I'm excited. These are some pretty amazing brands, and we feel fortunate to have them with us today. So I wanted to just read a little introduction on each of you, and then we can get into the discussion. So Jeff Harmon, I mentioned, is a co-founder and chief content officer at Angel Studios. Now, Harmon brothers are legendary, so you will know these guys for sure. Jeff grew up on a potato farm in southern Idaho with 3 TV channels and no plans to make movies. He went on to help YouTube invent the skip ad button, co-found Harmon Brothers, the agency behind Squatty Potty, Purple, and Poo-Pourri, all amazing products, and built Angel Studios into a publicly traded company with over 2 million guild members. One of Angel's most successful releases was the movie Sound of Freedom, where they bypassed the traditional Hollywood studio system entirely, and I think they made a pretty penny on that movie as well. Jeff now leads content acquisition, guild voting, business development, and filmmaker relationships at Angel. So again, let's welcome him to the stage. Next, we have Daniel Scarpino, who's a friend of the agency. So glad he's here. He's the CEO of Austin Post and the Post Malone Companies. Daniel has built and led global brand marketing operations across 42 markets. He now runs a portfolio of companies spanning boat dealerships, CPG, experiential business, and master plan developments, with Austin Post as the flagship. Austin Post is Post Malone's legal name and his fashion label, which launched at a Paris runway show in September 2025 at Karl Lagerfeld's former mansion and is already on Costco shelves. It's moving fast. So let's welcome Daniel. And no, Posty won't be here today. We apologize. Finally, we have Megan Crossland, who's the Chief Commercial Officer at Built Brands. Megan has built her career in CPG, working for big companies on iconic brands. Have we heard of Mattel's Barbie? Probably. And Nestle, including Nescafe, Coffee Mate, and Nesquik, which is a family favorite around our house. And more recently, she's scaled some smaller challenger brands like Think, Lenny and Larry's, and now Built brands. She joined Built 2 years ago, and in that time, the company has tripled in revenue, and they've done it profitably. It's incredible. She leads all commercial efforts, sales, marketing, and innovation, and has taken Built from a D2C first brand into club, mass, grocery, and convenience channels. So welcome Megan to the stage. Okay, so we thought it'd be fun just to kind of pepper in some videos, just so you can kind of see some of the brands as we go. So let's start. I'm gonna ask my first question to Daniel. So let's start with a little Post Malone video. Man, if I could only be so cool. So what we wanted to start with is kind of like the backstory behind brands. Like everyone in this room has been in the same situation where they're starting from zero and trying to figure out ways to make people who know nothing about you actually care about the brand. So I'm gonna start with you, Daniel. So Austin Post is built around a living, breathing cultural figure with already this massive, massive fan base. And I'm sure that's a gift and a constraint at the same time. How do you build a real brand identity around somebody who everyone already has such a strong, strong opinions about, and how do you make sure it doesn't feel like merch?
Yeah, well, it really is a challenge. There's no question. Like you mentioned, because Austin is this, big cultural icon, it comes with a lot of gifts. You get the gift of attention, right? So we have a lot of eyeballs on us, and that's great because it brings a lot of emotional connection from his fans and from people who admire him. The challenge is that it's going to feel like merch if we borrow from the fame too much. And it basically provides this thing where people already have an opinion of the brand before we've had a chance to create it. So that's the constraint that we're constantly battling. What's been interesting, though, is that not many people know that Austin Post is his real name. And so that's been kind of fun to play with. But
in fact, why don't you share the story that you and Phil had just a few weeks ago?
Yeah, when we were out in Nashville speaking on a panel, I forget the name of the conference, but anyway, we were out there speaking, and I just asked by show of hands who knows that Austin Post is Post Malone. And I think we had 3 people out of a crowd probably 3 times this size. Mm-hmm. And so it's definitely noticeable, right? But it is a challenge to try to bridge those 2 things. But what's been fun is because we're sidestepping that merch thing. If you think about merch in this way, merch is I like this person, and when you're building a brand, it's like I want to live in that world. Well, Austin is he's a very creative guy. He has so many different interests, and he's very knowledgeable about design. He's very knowledgeable about fabrics, about cuts. So he is very much driving this brand and where it's going. And so I think, that's the beauty of this, is that we really do have him as the source material to be able to build a brand.
That's amazing. Yeah, you definitely need to go check out the website. It's austin-post.com. They have some really fun merchandise there, some really fun clothing. So Megan, so for Built, they built its foundation as a D2C brand, and you've obviously since pushed into every major retail channel. And so my question is, when you made that shift, what actually changed about how you had to think about demand? And what do you think most DTC brands actually get wrong when they try to make that shift?
I mean, my whole career has been in retail, so it's second nature to me, so it's even easier for me to think about taking a D2C brand to retail because I know it so well. But what brands get wrong is that retail has a totally different risk structure, right? It's retail, D2C and marketplace are very iterative. You can try and fail without risk. Retail is not that way. So you really need to understand, have to have your fundamentals down. You need to have your price pack architecture. You need to have your channel strategy. You need to understand what the retailer's objective is, right? So that you can align your strategy with their strategy and make sure that everybody's being successful in the partnership. And then I think the third thing is to know you really do have to get it right. You don't have a lot of opportunities to get it wrong. So make sure you have the people that you're working with and surround you. Make sure they know retail and can have sort of experienced the trials and tribulations of it before you go.
That's amazing. Well, I think they're fortunate to have you with so much experience. I know Nick Greer, who's the founder of Built Bars, and when I asked him if they'd be willing to participate, and I said, who in your organization might come, he said, Megan's the person you want. She has so much experience, and you've done amazing things there.
Thanks.
So for Jeff, okay, so you helped pioneer viral video advertising at Harmon Brothers with some amazing campaigns that generated literally hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue. And you did it by creating ads that would run long, right? And so this is the interesting thing. You made content that was generally worth watching, but at the same time, you also helped build the skip ad button itself. So that sounds like a paradox. If that's not a paradox, I don't know what is. So you created the escape hatch, but then you created content that people didn't want to escape from, which is incredible. So what did that teach you about how audiences actually decide to pay attention?
I think, the way we looked at it, this was 10 years ago, over 10 years ago, maybe 14 years ago? I don't know.
That's a long time. Very long time.
Yeah, the way we looked at it back in that time was just, it was very direct to consumer, meaning this is kind of the beginning of a business. And my thought is there a way to get the branding in with the direct to consumer at the same time? And so in order to do that, you have to create direct to consumer ads that are memorable, and we would say, will this ad be talked about around the dinner table? And so how do you get Poo-Pourri to be talked about around the dinner table? How do you get the colon to be talked around the dinner table? So we flipped Squatty Potty. He only talks about ice cream in the ad with the pooping unicorn. He never mentions poop. It's just all ice cream metaphors. And it worked to get them to have this discussion. You have to break through all the noise. And so those were the things we were thinking about. And then the other piece is you have to have the structure of a sell all in one go, because these are brands nobody's ever heard of. Nobody had ever heard of Purple. Nobody had ever heard of Squatty Potty, or very few people had, and Poo-Pourri. And so you had to get it to where you need to get your frequency in and your brand recognition. If you look at those ads, they have, the name is dropped over and over and over and over again. So by the end of 2 minutes, or the end of 4 minutes, in some cases, we experimented with 4-minute ads, you have taken them through the entire sale process and they're ready to buy. And then my argument to YouTube at the time, because they wanted to make 15-second and 30-second ads, as I said, you really need to give us a longer ad. And they're like, we can't. I said, well, let's just let them skip and then give me a longer ad. And I said, I don't care if only 6% or 10% of people are there at the end of the ad, as long as they're the 6 or 10% that are ready to buy. And yeah, that's how we thought about it at the time.
Yeah, that's amazing. I mean, you guys built an advertising category that people still try to replicate. You guys don't do any of that anymore, do you? Or you still have a little Harmon Brothers video production
The agency's still running. I'm a passive partner at the agency and slowly getting phased out, because I haven't been an active partner at Harmon Brothers for quite a while.
You have enough to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have plenty to do for sure. If you look at those campaigns, which of those was, I would ask, your favorite to work on? Maybe the 3 that we mentioned of those, and then which was the most successful?
I think Squatty Potty was my favorite. The most successful was probably Purple. Just the price point is so different, and it became a much larger company. Tony and Terry, the inventors of Purple, they called me, I think 2 weeks after we ran the campaign, and Terry said, we were gonna go bankrupt. Thank you so much for saving our company. And I remember thinking, would I have gotten paid if we succeeded? If we hadn't succeeded. Yeah, but there was this moment where Purple, they came to us with a mattress, and we didn't like it. And so we said, it's not good enough. And they're like, well, what can we change? And so we started suggesting a whole bunch of things. And the biggest thing we changed was there was a little cushion over the top of the Purple technology. And we said, move that to the top and only put a little piece of fabric over it so that people can actually feel it. And they're like, nobody wants to feel this weird stuff underneath. And I was like, actually, I think they do. I think that's what's gonna make your brand different than everybody else's. So they moved it to the top, and they followed that, and our names ended up on the patent because of it. But they launched, and within 18 months, I think they were close to it was like $1 billion valuation within like 18 months.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, you took what is really a considered purchase item, like a mattress, similar, that's what Max Connect does a lot of, considered purchase items. So it's something where it takes you a few weeks, a few months, even a year to decide to buy something. You took a considered item purchase in a mattress, and you turned that around so quickly. That's magic right there. So amazing. So I kind of want to shift now and just talk about the cost of growth. But before we do, I want to take a second to go ahead and introduce another brand. So let's watch a couple of Built videos.
First, there was smooth, creamy peanut butter, and then, boom, chocolatey goodness. They came together in sweet, fluffy perfection. Peanut butter cup.
What the puff? This thing has 17 grams of protein.
I thought this was about dinosaurs.
Fluffy, chocolatey, and packed with protein. What the puff? New peanut butter cup Built Puff.
Let's watch one more.
It's like fruity, marshmallowy, sour candy. Sweet and tangy at the same time. This is how sour was meant to be.
What the puff? 16 grams of protein?
It's the first of its kind.
Did you say it's your first time?
Tangy, fruity, and packed with protein? What the puff? Try new Built Sour Puff.
I love that, and I'm so glad we got to rep the peanut butter puff because that is my go-to. We have them here at the office, and I mean, I remember talking, to your brand in the early days. They said we're not going after protein bars, we're going after candy bars, and I think that's where you guys have really carved out this niche, which is amazing. So Megan, let's start with you. When we talk about like the headline version of growth is usually really clean, right? People think, I've heard them say it was a 10-year overnight success. Right, where there's a lot that happened in that 10 years to actually when it finally ran. So, you and your team have tripled Built's revenue and quadrupled profitability in 2 years, and that kind of growth inside a company that's already moving is a challenge in and of itself. You're not building from zero, but you're scaling kind of when you're mid-flight. And so, what were the 2 or 3 things that had to change internally for that growth to happen and to be sustainable?
Well, I think you touched on it a little bit earlier, right? The mindset shift between D2C and knowing how to build for retail. When you're going to scale into retail, you have, a mind shift that needs to take place within the company around how to plan a lot longer time frame, right? So when I'm going to present something to Target or Walmart, I need to present that to them at least 6 months before they're going to even put it on their shelf. So that means that my innovation pipeline needs to be even earlier. So it's really the idea of being able to think much farther ahead than you might be used to doing. The other thing is, resource shifting. So a lot of times in D2C, you're focused a little bit more on performance marketing, and that's the right thing to do for that channel. I really love some of Mitch's points in the beginning about being careful not to focus too much on ROAS, really important. Make sure you're building your brand equity, but when you're really scaling fast, you're growing a brand through massive increases in household penetration, right? You are filling the funnel so fast with new users, and that's how you want to scale a brand. That kind of growth takes investment in multiple different resources. The ad you saw there, needs to go on CTV, but you also need to surround it with an ecosystem of creator, of every kind of social media you can think of, even out of home, radio, whatever you choose in your marketing mix. But you need to help the company realize that there needs to be a sea change in resources and in the people that know how to deploy those resources.
So now, what is your largest distribution channel?
Our largest distribution channel, because of the volume that it does, is Club, and our second largest is mass, so Walmart and Target.
That's amazing. Yeah, we loved it when it hit the Costco shelves. So quick answer, is Costco easy to work with or difficult to work with?
Costco is special.
Good answer, good answer. Politically correct. Yeah, I've heard that it can be a challenge. I mean, they're great for the consumer. It can be a little challenging with the brands.
Yeah, I mean, Costco is they're an amazing partner for us. They have their, just as I was mentioning earlier, they have their thresholds, right? You need to be able to meet the velocity thresholds. And sorry, velocity is sort of a term that we use in CPG to suggest how quickly is your item turning off of the shelf. So velocity is number one in CPG, and they have their expectations around what you need to be able to sell in order to stay. So a lot of times you'll see things rotate in and out of Costco. That's because sometimes they're just testing an item, or maybe it was meeting thresholds okay, but not enough to be a national brand. And we are lucky enough fortunate enough to have the experience of being a national brand with Costco with a couple different items now.
That's amazing. Well, hopefully all of us can help continue that and buying the products at Costco.
Thank you for your support.
Awesome. Okay, Daniel, I wanted to go to you. So everyone in this room has had a growth phase that made it felt like it was going to break the company. So were we growing too fast? Did we make the wrong hires, the wrong channel, a bet that didn't land? So if you look back in your experience, is there a moment you'd go back and handle differently? And what do you know now that you wish someone had told you then?
Oh man, I can only pick one? I think there's probably a dozen of them over the past 9 months. I think ultimately it's not the growth that breaks the company. I think it's the ambiguity. With someone like Austin, the thing is that you have everyone that wants a piece of him in some way. You have so many people that want to partner, so many opportunities that you look at and you're like, oh, we should do that, we should do this, we should do this. And then next thing you know, you've got 5 different competing priorities on the table. And, similar to what Megan was saying, where she has to have 6 months ahead of time, right? Ours is seasonal too. And so when we go into retailers, we have to be selling on season. And so when you try to take that 24-month lead time and compress it into 5 months, yeah, that's not fun. That's not fun. The team was working a lot, 7 days a week basically to pull that off. So I think in hindsight, I would have simplified that priority list dramatically and just paced ourselves a little better, just because it becomes, there's just so many competing things coming in, and these aren't small companies, they're not small brands. You've got major fashion labels, Valentino, Yves Saint Laurent, they all want to have some piece of this. And every one of them you're like, we should go do that, we should go do that, we should go do that. Now you've got, half a dozen of these huge partnerships that you have to try to execute on. It's a challenge.
That's crazy. I remember hearing, maybe it was from you, that like after the runway show, right, the fashion show, a department store that usually takes years and years and years to get into, like big brands, big name brands are trying to get in there, and they came to you afterwards and like, we want you.
Yeah, it was interesting. So right after the show had wrapped, I mean, we were still in the back kind of celebrating the win. We met with Selfridges, if anybody knows Selfridges, #1 retailer in the world. And he comes up to me and he says, hey, can we pretend that we've been talking about this for 6-7 months so we can fast track this and get it into our shop? And of course, I'm like, absolutely. Selfridges is very, very, very selective on the brands that they will pull in. And we were able to do that off season. And to my knowledge, it's unprecedented the amount of press that we got on an off season launch, which we thought would work. We hoped would work, kind of like the skip button. We hoped that we could make that work, and yeah, it worked out really well.
That's amazing. Well, I'm still saving up my money. There's a $1,600 jacket that I think I'd look great in, so we'll see how that goes.
We'll set one aside for you.
I appreciate it. Okay, for Jeff, so Angel went from a crowdfunded startup to a publicly traded company with over 2 million guild members. And they trust you to make decisions for them on their behalf. So going public changes what you can say, how transparent you can be, how you operate day to day. So what's actually different now? And with 2 million guild members who trusted you with both their money and their values, what have you felt the most pressure to protect?
All we're thinking about is like going on the New York Stock Exchange is, for our team, just the starting line. When you're doing media, studio distribution, theatrical distribution, you're playing in the hundreds of millions of dollars to billions, and so you have to have access to a lot of capital. So we see that as the starting line. And then when the way that the guild members they're not really trusting me in this case. I don't think anybody trusts. I've made some good decisions, like I brought in The Chosen, I brought in Dry Bar Comedy, I made some good Tuttle Twins. These are all really big shows. But I realized really quickly, in Hollywood, there are a dozen people who make 95% of the decisions about all the stuff you see in theaters and all the stuff you see online. It's just a very small group of gatekeepers. And there was this realization that they're getting it wrong 80% of the time, over 80% of the time. Over 80% of movies that go to theaters do not make money. They lose money. And the way I had been reading this book called The Wisdom of Crowds, it's an older book by James Surowiecki, and in it, he talks about how crowds, like he shows it in the math that crowds can make better decisions than experts. And he gives an example of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. He gives a bunch of different examples, but one of them is Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. And in Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, there's 3 lifelines. One is 50-50, one is ask the audience, and one is ask a friend or an expert. You ask the most expert person you know.
It was on the other line ready to Google it.
Yeah, well, yeah. And then the experts got it right 61% of the time. The audience got it right 91% of the time. And so the way we look at this is we say the experts can be good, but the audience is going to be much better. And so what we built is a system where every single film that comes to Angel Studios, every single film that goes to theaters has to be voted on by the Angel Guild. And so as a guild member, you actually pay $20 a month to get to vote. And then you get early access to the content, and you get 2 movie tickets to go to theaters, to every single movie you vote on. And you pay for the privilege of being able to vote and be part of the process of making the movies with the filmmakers. And so you're in the post-production process. And so some filmmakers submit a movie and it just gets rejected or accepted. Then there's other filmmakers who go in and submit, get feedback, and then they do it again, and then they do it again, and they take the guild's feedback until they get the movie right. And so this process, what it's done is it created a system where now we have by far the largest average box office of any independent studio domestically. We're a top 10 domestic distributor. We have 2.2 million guild members right now, and they're paying an average, because there's a lower tier and a higher tier, but they're paying an average of just below $14 a month. And they're funding the content, they're taking it in, they're voting on it, and I, as an executive in the company, I can't even take a movie into Angel unless they first pass it. meaning they're the veto. If they say no to something, it cannot come on Angel. And it doesn't mean they're going to be right 100% of the time. But as a consumer, when you watch Angel, we can see in the data, the vast majority of the time, you're going to like your experience of what you watch. And the majority of the time, you're going to love what you watch, which is a significantly, like most of the stuff you watch on Netflix, you don't love. You don't even like necessarily.
Look at the Rotten Tomatoes ratings on any of your films.
That's right.
That shows it.
We have the highest Rotten Tomatoes audience scores of any studio by, I think, almost 10 points.
That's amazing. Excuse me. So I want to shift. You really can't even have a conversation these days and go a few sentences in before somebody starts talking about AI. So I want to kind of shift to AI and just have a quick discussion there. But I did want to take the last opportunity to highlight the Angel brand here with a cool video.
Open your eyes.
Picture, if you will, a world where it is light.
Expand your mind to an entirely new reality.
Wow, pretty great, huh? After today, our lives will never be the same.
This is our time.
That's what I'm talking about.
Giving us hope!
We can change things. You just have to take the first step.
Oh, well, this is gonna be big. Yeah, we're not done yet.
We can join together and finally be free.
Animals run the farm!
What could possibly go wrong?
Who does own this land? If not the one who has the will to tame it.
My name is George Washington. There is a little girl that's very sick, and you're delivering her a new liver.
How much does one of those go for in the black market?
$1 million, maybe.
$1 million?
Go!
President Reagan got the Russians to the table. But if we fail here, there will be war. If you can't make them see the light, make sure they feel the heat. Horses is born wild. Usually say wild.
They claim a great king shall take my throne. Snuff out the darkness, and the light of honor will shine.
Fire!
Things are about to get a whole lot better.
Look at all the lights.
It's such amazing content. So my household, we're huge consumers of Angel content, and we use VidAngel nonstop. Literally, we won't watch a movie in my house without using the VidAngel platform, because we still have, some young kids at home as well. So Jeff, I'm going to come right back to you on this. So, AI, how is it actually showing up in your organization? So you mentioned Angel's using AI across the engineering, the creative, and the art side, which is pretty unique. I think a lot of companies are maybe using one of those and focusing on one area with the use of AI, but you guys are doing it across the board. So where is it actually changing the organization and showing up within your organization?
It's everywhere. So we have an entire AI engine that's internal to our company that any executive, any employee can just start asking questions, and they can pull up charts and they can pull up data from anywhere in the entire data pool. And that's been, basically we were able to, when I talked to the guys at HBO Max, they have 50 engineers just on their data stuff, and our group is tiny, and we don't have to, because they're getting requests for data, and we don't have to do that. The AI goes and just gets all the data for everybody. And so there's that space. Then we have on the engineering front, a lot of people think that jobs are just going to be lost, but there's a lot of people even concerned in Angel that jobs would be lost. But I just take a completely different view of this, is that anytime, if you go back all the way to Malthusian, you go to what's his name, who wrote The Population Bomb, everybody's always been predicting that there's going to be these huge catastrophic events because of technology. And every time they've been wrong, comically wrong. Every single time, and I think Elon's wrong on this one. When you have these, an example would be photography. So if you go back to the 60s, 70s, photography, you buy a nice camera, you get the film, you figure out all the lighting, there's a ton of engineering and understanding of the technicalities of it. And then you had to go into a red room, and you had to develop the film, and then getting red eye out of the film would be almost impossible. Editing them was extremely difficult. And then Photoshop comes along, and there's this huge pipeline of people just to get film to your door, the 1-hour photos from Walgreens or whatever, Walmart, whatever. All this is a gigantic pipeline. And so you would think that Photoshop and these types of things would destroy a lot of jobs. But what it did, and the progress of Photoshop to phones to other programs, has turned a few hundred thousand photographers into 1 billion photographers. And so it's just expanded. And so what we're seeing at Angel is we have 90 engineers working on all kinds of apps. We have apps across all of the different platforms and different languages. And those 90 engineers, what's happening this last 12 months is we're going from 90, there's 300 employees at Angel, and we're seeing all of them become engineers because Claude Code and Codex. And you just saw Grok is buying, this morning they announced they're buying Cursor. And for $60 billion, they're paying more for Cursor than they paid for Twitter. But what's happening is everybody's going to become a coder. Coding, like the cost of code is going to zero. And so we're going to have billions of coders. That's what's going to happen. They're not coders, but they're developers. And then the same thing, it's going to take a little bit longer, but not much, inside of movies, is that rather than the movie industry for decades has been a rich person's sport. It is the children, by and large, it's the children of very wealthy people who come into the industry. They want to create something meaningful, and they're able to get into that industry because of their connections and because they have wealth behind them, and they can be patient. The average person, like growing up on a farm in Idaho, we don't even touch this world of filmmaking. It's already been changing with YouTube, but now with AI, instead of having 400,000 craftsmen that work in the Hollywood space, it's going to be millions of craftsmen. And instead of 1,000, like if you look at that slate, we've got huge actors, tons of them, but almost all of those movies were made outside of Angel. This is what people don't understand, is there are 1,000 independent movies made every single year for hundreds of millions of dollars by rich people that just create movies because they want them to exist, and they don't find a home. And so the Guild goes through and sifts through these movies and finds the ones that fit us, and that's kind of the first phase of Angel. Sound of Freedom had been sitting on the shelf for 8 years and just couldn't find a home. And so you're in this space where you have 1,000 movies right now made in a very expensive way. It's going to turn into, like, I would predict maybe even before the end, probably for sure before the end of the year, we're going to start seeing our first AI-driven films submitted, and feature-length films submitted into Angel Guild. And then we're going to see a tsunami. And it's going to be, instead of 1,000 movies made a year, there's going to be 10,000 movies made a year. Then there's going to be 100,000 movies made a year. And because everybody has access, and now they can create stuff that looks amazing with smaller resources. And the actors, I know the actors are freaking out about this because they see these AI faces online going viral. But what they don't realize is if you have 10, let's say it's 10,000 movies just in English, because it's 1,000 movies in English, 100,000 movies worldwide, feature-length movies, high-quality movies, then what happens is, how do they get the word out? How do they get people to actually watch their movies when there's so many of them? Because you can't watch all of them. And they're gonna need actors. They're gonna need people with networks. They're gonna need people with distribution. They're gonna need faces that people recognize. So they'll start at the top, and then they're gonna start working their way down. And people who used to be at the bottom of the totem pole will now be moving up. And so I think we're moving into a golden age of creativity. And I think that actors don't need to worry. The ones who have to adjust to big time is all the CGI artists and editors.
Yeah, it's amazing. And speaking of creativity, Megan, we talked with you a little bit about how it's showing up in your organization. You said it's really geared more on the creative side and synthetic audiences and things like that. Maybe talk to us a little bit about what's really working and what you would suggest to other people out there.
Yeah, so we do use it in creative. I think the point was made earlier about, the best shortcut is to try to reduce some of the redundancy and busy work. So we use it in applications where, look, we need a little help writing some copy, or we want to get a little bit more creative with a certain angle on positioning of a campaign. So I think we use it a lot in that regard, but it's really important, the point that was made earlier about authenticity. People can see right through it when it's fake. And particularly when we're trying to connect we have a low-tech product, right? We're trying to get everybody to eat a Built Bar. And so, just making sure that we're being mindful of that authenticity when we're creating is really important. We do use it as well in customer experience, like customer service, right? When we're having people contact us about orders, we're using it there. Where I think where we're starting to think about is more in synthetic audiences, right? Whenever I launch something, I test a lot around it to understand how it's going to perform. And so there are the capabilities out there to use, AI audiences to simulate what people would say. That's where the risk is higher, right? And you have to really understand whether you're being led in the right direction by AI, because it's a huge risk. You're investing sometimes tens of millions of dollars in equipment that's going to make something that you're making a very big bet on.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm going to ask Daniel the final question here in this round, but I wanted to tell the audience, if you have a question, we're going to give you an opportunity. So after Daniel answers, we'll let you ask any questions. So Megan talks about authenticity, right? The Post Malone, the Austin Post brand is all about authenticity. So how do you and your organization, obviously you want to use things to be faster and put things out there, but there's this bit of a risk. How do you guys use it at Post Malone's companies?
Yeah, so we have a pretty simple rule. AI can accelerate the work, but it cannot author the soul. So the idea is that we can amplify, we do the same thing. We have synthetic audiences and things like that. We will definitely use it for lots of different iterations through our pattern making and things like that. But when it comes down to what we're actually going to be putting out there for people, what the product is ultimately going to look like, it all comes through Austin, because we can't lose that connection to him and what he's after, because that's the world that we're building.
100%. Do we have any questions from the audience you'd like to ask this panel? We got a question out back or something? Please, yeah.
Yeah, my question is for Mr. Harmon. So you mentioned you're going to get a huge influx of, AI movies. Are you at all fearing for, a lack of creativity? AI uses everything that's already out there. So, you tell it to make a movie. Obviously, your output is only as good as your input. But do you fear at all for, AI just reusing all these other ideas for movies and, slightly tweaking it? I feel like we've seen it kind of across the superhero movies. It's all across the interdimensional, yada, yada, yada. They're cranking them out crazy fast, but the quality, I think, has gone down a lot. So are you worried about creativity at all with these AI movies?
2 weeks ago, I was on the Rick Rubin podcast, and he made a statement. He said there was slop before AI and there's slop after AI. That same graph exists of there's a whole bunch of copycat stuff. And if you're in the copycat space, you probably, like I've been saying for a while, like if you're in the elevator music making space, your job is dead. And that is a symbol of like lots of different spaces where if you're copying other things, all the robot work is going to be done by robots. And when you look at one of our team members, my right-hand guy, he always says, AI only works when you can get the namaste effect. Namaste means the soul in me sees the soul in you. And this is the reason why you see AI that just looks like complete slop, and then you see other stuff that you're like, wow, that looks really good. When it looks really good, it's because they did motion capture on a real face, like James Cameron, and their face looks right. It has all the things correct. And so anything that's on camera, anything that the audience should look at should be a real face, even if it's wrapped in another face. There needs to be a real actor behind it and a real voice, or else it just won't work. And I'm not too worried. I think Rick Rubin's nailed it. He's one of the best creatives. He's one of the best producers there's ever been for music. But he says there's slop before, there's slop after, and it's just the good artists are going to figure out how to use it and make it good, and they're going to recognize when it's bad, and the bad artists won't figure it out, and they'll either have to get better or they won't be able to play in that space. So I'm not actually. I just think when you have tons of competition, because the cost of the technical difficulty of creating something disappears, then it all becomes story and authenticity. When you remove all the robotic work, and every single person in this room within a year or two will be able to remove it all if they just want to put their mind to it, then the technical side has been removed, and it's all about the storytelling side and the artistic side.
Awesome. Do we have one more question from the audience? If not, I've got, one over here. Do you have a mic coming? Okay.
Okay, my question is for Daniel. So, hearing you talk about your company with Austin Post, it seems like you have more of the opposite problem of not having enough opportunity. It seems like you have endless amount of people that want to work with you. So when it really gets down to the nitty-gritty of those few brands that you're looking at, is there something in particular that you guys are looking for when you actually do end up choosing a brand that you want to work with?
Yeah, that's a good question. There's a lot of things that we consider. Because we have so many opportunities, we could kind of be everywhere, but that's not our goal. Our goal is to be in the right places for the right people. And so as big brands come and want to do some sort of collaboration, we look at the brand's history, we look at the story, we want to make sure that there's an authentic connection. So for example, with some of the luxury brands, if Austin has not been a patron in the past, that's automatically like, it doesn't make sense. If he didn't already connect with them in some way, we don't want to pursue that. But if he did, then it's about where do they see that collaboration going? And is it going to keep Austin's voice intact with that collaboration? And so we have to go through a number of meetings to kind of decide and discern what it is that they're wanting to have happen. Most of the time, what they're looking for is that uptick in Austin's, audience. But what we want to do is we want to make sure that that's not the target, that they can see a real connection between where Austin Post is going and their brand.
Thank you.
Amazing. Okay, so we're kind of getting near the end of our time. I want to go to a closing with a lightning round. So one sentence or one word answers here, and we'll just go down, start here with Megan and come down to Jeff. So one channel you feel like you're under-investing in right now?
Reddit.
Love it. Reddit's changed a lot recently, and that's a great investment.
In real life experiences.
Okay.
In real life.
In real life experiences. Okay, love it.
I mean, we're doing some, but we need to do more.
Yeah. Okay, the next. The metric that matters more than any other in your business, Megan.
Velocity.
Same.
Watch time.
Watch time. Love it. Okay, next. Most overrated growth strategy in B2C today, Megan.
This one's hard. I think it's things that are just too bottom funnel focused, so too conversion focused.
I love that answer.
I would say the one-off influencer, the paid, where you pay them for one post. Yeah.
No pun intended there on the post.
That's right. Yeah.
Jeff.
Influencers, I think, is.
Okay. I hope we're not many influencers out there. Don't feel too bad, I guess.
Not completely, but there's.
Yeah, no, for sure. Totally get it. They can get very expensive, and what's the impact really, right? Yeah. Okay, next. What does a brand have to be in 2026 to earn real loyalty?
I mentioned earlier, authenticity.
Yeah, same. Authenticity, but I would just say that's why I said in real life experiences, because what we've seen with what happened in Selfridges, when people go in, they can see, they can touch the product, it creates a whole different connection.
Real life is like, this is the reason why we're so focused on theatricals, is because it's the average theater goer is now younger than the average TikToker. People aren't aware of that the younger generation wants off of the algorithms, and they want in-person experiences in real life.
Love it. Okay, so we're ending here. We have 30 seconds for each of you, and we'll start with Jeff and go down and end with Megan. What do you want people in this room to leave with today?
Adopt AI. Don't be afraid of it. It's going to be a tsunami over the top of you, or you can try to ride it.
I would say the same thing. You have to adopt it, no question, but make sure that you keep the human voice behind it, because that's going to be the thing that is going to change. To his point, talking about the creative process, there's been slop before, slop after, all that stuff. That's totally true. So just make sure you keep your human element in that.
I'm going to go a totally different direction. I would say surround yourself with really strong talent. And I'll take it back to the Jen who was speaking earlier. Obviously, she wasn't summiting without a strong team behind her, right? And she mentioned the Pakistani woman that she took to the top. And so I think just surround yourself with really good, talented people, and you'll all get there together. Big success takes big teams, and that's the fun of it, right? Is being along for the ride with people who are sharing in your success.
Amazing. Well, speaking of talent, you are all such talented individuals and an inspiration to all of us. Like, we sincerely appreciate you being here today with such amazing brands of which I'm a consumer and have been for a long time. And I would invite all of you to go check it out. Like, if you haven't seen some of the videos from the Harmon Brothers, you will have a great afternoon if you go check out Squatty Potty, I promise. So with that, please join me in giving them a warm round of applause. Okay, stage change, and be careful getting down, a little hard there. Okay, how's everyone doing? We have a good crowd. We have standing back there. Maybe we can pull some chairs in if we need to. I hope you enjoyed that conversation. I certainly did. Just brands that I follow and I've been very excited about. So our next presenter is one of the original partners of Max Connect Digital, Devin Deaton. And Devin is really, if you know much about Max Connect, you know that Devin Deaton is the brain behind Max Connect and how we do things here in the digital marketing space. And so Devin's brain has been working on a couple of platforms for us over the last couple of years. Kudos is one, but he's going to introduce something new and exciting today. And with that, I'll introduce and hand the mic over to Devin Deaton.
Working? There we go. Check. Awesome. Well, I want to take a moment first and just say thank you guys. Thank you guys for coming out. This is our 5th year doing this, and it's cool to see what we've built. Myself and 3 other maniacs started this company 13 years ago, and one of the guys addicts. And to see what we've built, to see the team that we have is amazing. Jen, Megan, they talked about the importance of having teams when you accomplish big things and you tackle big mountains, and we have an awesome team, and so I'm proud of that. I always have the awesome job of coming up here after we have world record holders. Last year we had a gold medal Olympian. We got movie creators. We got guys repping hip-hop icons. And then I have to come up here and get everyone excited about AI and data. That's always my tough job here, so that's what I'll try to do. So last year on this exact same stage at their summit in 2025, I talked about what we were doing with AI. These guys talked about AI. Greg mentioned something about AI. AI has permeated every aspect of our business. So last year I came up here and I talked about how we were building an agent that was going to take all of the data that we had for all our clients, for all the channels that they had, all the years that they've been running with us, looking at campaigns that month over month, year over year, comparing them to your industry, comparing to your competitors, looking at your website, and all this sort of cool stuff. And I talked about how we were going to build an agent that worked alongside our account managers and our digital managers to service our clients. And it's cool to see that now, a year later, we've done that. We built an AI agent that allows you to go in. You can see here's a screenshot from our platform's Kudos, and you can ask anything you want to know about your marketing. Tell me about my marketing over the last 30 days. It's going to use all these cool tools that we've built for it to go in there, analyze your marketing, analyze your competition, analyze, benchmark it against the industry, figure out areas that you can improve, areas that you can have opportunities, and how you can improve your marketing. And this is all good and great, and I'm really, really excited about it. But I'm always the visionary of our company looking ahead, and I think this is great, but now what? We've all seen the power of AI and the amazing things it can do for you. And analyzing is only one step. But how amazing if we could take it a step further and start actually making action, doing things for us. And so without further ado, I would like to introduce what we call Dame. Dame is a digital AI manager. And let me just give you a look at Dame. I'm not going to lie, for most of you guys, this probably looks really intricate, probably boring. I love this thing. This is my desktop background on my computer. I oogle over it. I love this thing. So this is essentially the brainchild we've been working on here at Max Connect. This is, to go into what this is doing here, imagine where we're setting up a campaign parameters for a client, right? They have these objectives, they goals, they can do that. We set it in here into Dame, our digital AI manager, who is our core orchestrator agent. He's going through now, he's connected to every single platform you're running on, all your Google ads, Meta ads, Reddit, TikTok, you name it. Bring it into all one unified central data layer. And we're now layering on intelligence that we built for it to look at the customer journeys, look at your performance, look at your ROAS, look at competitive analysis, look at your total digital footprint. But most importantly, the biggest thing we're working on is this right here. Jen mentioned something about lenses. She talks about how when she was on Everest, when she looked through the lens of those pink lenses, everything looked cotton candy, it looked nice. It completely changed the view and the perspective for her. And that is what we've been working on here at Max Connect more than anything, is to make sure that when we do all this, when our agentic AI system that we're building executes for our clients, executes for our campaign, analyzes stuff, it does it through the right lens. We've always looked at things a little bit differently here at Max Connect than other agencies, and we want to make sure that our agentic AI system does that. So we've been teaching it, we've been training it. We've been uploading what we call our digital Bible. We've been giving it system knowledge. We've been giving it constant feedback loops of like, yes, this was a good optimization, no, this wasn't. But what our goal here is to not only to have AI to be able to interpret and analyze and give us information, but to act and execute. To actually go into our campaigns and change budgets, optimize the best performers, shift between different channels, change the creative, change the website landing pages, all in real time, all done autonomously based on the information we give it. We'll skip through this one. And you ask, like, why? I'm always asked that question, why are we doing this type of things? You know, and if I always look at it through the lens of my clients. Well, what does this mean to me? That's cool. You guys are being more efficient. You're being more, quicker to information. We're going to have stuff that's done autonomously. It's going to create efficiencies. And why? To me, this is more time spent on our purpose. There's been a ton of questions about how's AI going to replace jobs? What's AI going to do to the landscape? For our industry, it's been a huge influx for everyone. It's been scaring a lot of companies. And to me, I look at it like I'm not afraid of it at all. Jeff was talking about this earlier, but it's like, to me, if you look at any sort of revolution that's happened throughout the history of the world, from the wheel to the fire to industrial revolutions to technology revolutions, on the backside of that has been more prosperity, not less. Right? You look at all those things, it doesn't lead to less jobs. It doesn't lead to a lesser economy. It always leads to more, as long as you're positioned in the right place. And AI is going to replace all of our tasks. We do a lot of tasks at this agency, right, for our clients. We upload ads, we shift creative, we We optimize campaigns, we look at budgets, we make sure we hit right CPMs, we make sure we hit contracted impressions, and all those deliverables, and all those are great tasks, but that's not our purpose. Our purpose is growing our client's business. And Dame will replace all the tasks, and they'll turn every single manager at our company into a strategist who will be able to spend more time on our clients. How cool would it be if you sat down with a client at an onboarding meeting and you went over all their information? What are your campaign parameters? What are your objectives? What are your target market? What are you trying to achieve? And you type that all into a system, you hit enter. Then you talk to them, you ask them how their life's doing, how their kid's doing, you get to know them, the personal experiences we were all just talking about. And at the end of that meeting, they say, hey, when are we going to be live? And you're like, we already are. And not only are we are live across platform, a holistic approach, super sophisticated, super hyper-targeted, all through the lens that we just talked about, and we can do it in 15 minutes. How amazing could you adapt to your competition at that point? You could hear something about your competitors doing something, a big change in the industry, and you can adapt in real time. And last but not least, what if instead of constantly sitting here to analyze past data, we were actually using AI to predict future outcomes? And without further ado, excuse me, I've hit the back button on accident. That is all I have for you guys today, so thank you. Appreciate you guys coming out. I'll turn the time over to Phil.
All right. I'm super excited about who's going to be on stage next. So our friend Greg Economou from the Phoenix Suns organization has a really interesting career, and we've been working with the Phoenix Suns over the last few months and gotten to know Greg really well. He was nice enough to fly up here to be part of this conversation. Phil Case, our Chief Client Officer, is going to host Greg up here, and they're going to have a little fireside chat. We're going to get a couple chairs up here. They're coming. Okay. So with that, I'd like to welcome to the stage Phil Case and Greg Economou.
Is that coming through? As we get situated. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
So I want to talk a little bit about some of your background, and there's some fun stories I think we'll find along the way. These are just some examples for those in the audience of some of the things that Greg has done over the years. So he has a very fun, storied past. But let's actually begin. You started your career playing basketball in Athens before playing at UConn. Most business people here today, came up through the business world in college or getting a master's degree. You literally came up through the locker room. Tell us a little bit about that and how that shapes your perspective.
Well, my owner of the Suns came in to see me last week, and UConn beat Michigan State where he played, and so I talked some smack, and he's like, well, big whoop, like you played football there, and I said, no, I played basketball, and I said I used to be a shooting guard, now I'm a pulling guard, so but no, I played in college for a very famous coach, Jim Calhoun. And I would to this day say that I probably learned more from Coach Calhoun than I learned from, I had a very ambitious schedule, so I had a triple major, and not anything really significant. I was like history, poli-sci, and communications, but I learned more from Coach than anybody anybody I studied from, and so having the chance to then go overseas and play. I told my boys, who all were basketball players, my youngest is playing in college, and I said, if you can get to the point where someone pays you to play something, like that is the best career track you can take. So my older guy tried, he went overseas for a year and tried to play and didn't last, but at least he had a good year over there. But yeah, getting paid to play was an incredible way to start a career.
So when you came back from Greece, you transitioned out of playing. As you kind of came to the business side of things, who were some of the people that took a chance on you? Here's a kid that had played sports, not necessarily had business experience, and you started to get into the marketing world, the brand world. Tell us about maybe anyone that helped in that transition.
I think the first person that helped me was the athletic director at UConn, because I had played 3 years, and then I ruptured a disc in my back, and I needed surgery. And my goal was I got to go rehab and get back because I got to go play for money, and that's like I said, the best job ever. And I was struggling to get healthy enough, and Lou Perkins was the AD at UConn, and he called me in his office and he said, "Do you think you're going to get back this year?" And I said, "I don't know. Like I'm struggling with back spasms, et cetera." And he goes, "Then why don't you just work here?" And I said, "As what?" And he said, "You'd be a great fundraiser, and just go out, tell people stories." And I also played 1 year of baseball at UConn, so like I had this eclectic background of playing Division I and II sports. And so he's like, "You were a fan favorite. Everyone likes you. Just go out, tell them stories, and then at the end, ask them for money." And I'm like, "Oh, I can do that." And so.
And you're still doing it today.
I'm still doing it today. As Lou would know, 30 plus years later, I'm still telling stories and asking for money. So.
Yeah. So you transitioned into co-founding SME Branding.
Yep.
You maybe have done more rebranding assignments, about 1,500, than anyone else in sports.
Yeah.
That's,
including your Utah Jazz.
Including the Utah Jazz.
Yeah.
What did you learn about brand identity at scale, and how does that guide how you still think today?
I mean, honestly, I got into branding by accident. I was working at UConn, and the athletic director from St. John's had gotten hired to be the athletic director at a school called SUNY Stony Brook, which was a massive research institution, 30+ thousand students, very similar to UConn. But they had chosen, when they formed the school in the 50s, to play Division III sports. They said, "We're going to stay focused on academics." What they miscalculated, the board of the State University of New York system, was that sports is, in many instances, the front door to recruiting students. You see, obviously, big schools like Duke and North Carolina and Alabama and Penn State. Sports is such a critical dynamic of the culture. And so they hired this guy, Dick Laskowski, to come out and be the athletic director. And he called Lou Perkins and says, "I need somebody who's young, hungry, talented, and will work for basically nothing." And so
your name came up.
So my name came up. And so I went down there as the fancy title. I was the senior associate AD for external affairs, which meant that I just went out and told stories and asked people for money. Fancy way to say it. But when I got down there, what I realized within a week was there was a very successful high school in town that Stony Brook was in called Ward Melville High School. And they were nicknamed the Patriots, which was the same as Stony Brook. And every time somebody talked about the Patriots, they were talking about the high school, not the 35,000 student institution around the corner. And I'm like, well, that's a problem, because if the local high school at UConn was named Huskies, and when you talked about the Huskies, it was never about UConn, there'd be a branding issue. And so it didn't take a rocket science to figure out that I needed to change the name. So I went to the university president and said, "I need to change this name to something else." And he's like, "You can do whatever you want if it's going to generate revenue, as long as you involve a committee of people representative of the entire university." And so I put this huge committee together, and one of the members of the committee, his brother was a branding expert who had designed most of Colgate-Palmolive's toothpastes, toothbrush packaging, their shampoos, and all these different things. But Ed was a sports fan, and so he introduced me to Ed. And Ed's like, "Hey, I can do this for you. Like, I have the classical brand strategy background, and I can actually help you build your brand strategy." And so I paid him literally nothing, and he wrote the brand strategy, and we ended up switching the name from Patriots to Seawolves, and we developed this incredibly great identity system. And that led to the Collegiate Licensing Company coming to me saying, "Hey, we want to represent you." And I'm like, "You realize I've not sold one piece of merchandise, like, ever." And so representing, he's like, "No, but you're doing something nobody's done. You're kind of minor league baseball-esque. Nobody knows these minor league teams, but they're buying merchandise like crazy because they like the identities." And so I ended up getting represented by those guys, and they used me, which I didn't realize at first, as basically a business development person for them to talk to all the ADs in the country about switching their logos and how I did it and how much it cost and who I worked with and all that kind of stuff. And when I realized what was happening after 30 or 40 of those, I called Ed and I said, "Hey, we should do this full time." And so I remember calling my parents, telling them I was going to launch a branding studio, and my mother was like, "What do you know about burning cows, you know. And I'm like, no, different branding, Mom. I'm not like no fire. And we launched this little studio, and within 12 months we had 100 clients. Like colleges, we started racking up colleges. The league started to pay attention. Next thing you know, when all the teams were either expansion teams like the Raptors and so forth, teams that had old, tired identities, teams that moved like from New Orleans to Utah, how do we freshen that up and make it more relevant to the city? And so over the course of the next 6-7 years, we did about 1,500 branding programs, from Tiger Woods to some of the biggest sports clubs in the world, to dozens and dozens of pro teams, leagues, colleges, athletes, et cetera. We used to have a joke that when Staples came out with the "We Have That" button, we had the "I Did That" button. So like you would see like an identity, and we would be like, well, we did that one, we did that one. So it was a pretty cool run that was completely unexpected, completely not planned for, and what it taught me though was that the brand was at the center of everything. Like the DNA of the organization had to be defined, had to be leaned into, had to be developed, because if you want to be a great salesperson, like you have to know how to storytell around the DNA of what you're representing. And so it was a fun run. We sold the company in '99 to a guy named David Falk, who was Michael Jordan's agent. And David turned around and sold the company to Clear Channel, and Clear Channel then started. They rebranded it with a company called Live Nation, which was music based. And so we ended up getting bought out from that after a year. So we sold it, and a year later they paid me 4 years of salary and said, you can go home now. And I said, can I give you $1 back to get my IP back? And we took it back, and we leveraged that into building yet another consulting company. So.
Well, so these experiences, in the 90s then led you to the NBA. And, you get a call from David Stern, and you're suddenly the CMO of the NBA, one of the most powerful, iconic brands in the world, particularly in sports. What did you see about that brand that others weren't seeing yet? What did that feel like, and why did he call you?
So we had done, before David called me, we had probably worked with probably half of the NBA, probably about 15 teams, in some way, shape, or form. The Detroit Pistons was a complete brand overhaul, because they had shifted from kind of their bad boy branding to they had like a teal and fuchsia horse head that was on fire. And I remember talking to Tom Wilson, and he's like, who was the CEO of the team at the time, and he said, what do you think of? I said, you couldn't try to be more off-brand if you guys created a strategy and said, how do we spoof ourselves and create a brand that has no relevance to a market? And he's like, oh my God. And so he hired us, and 2 years later, Tom won Brand Week's Brand Marketer of the Year. And he sent me a replica. They won the title that year, and he sent me a replica NBA Finals trophy, which was awesome. I had it in my office until one of my kids knocked it over and the ball fell off, and it's like, oh, that's my trophy.
Any good achievement in life.
Any good achievement. So, I think what David saw was he had a marketer in me that also had basketball sensibility. And his struggle, he was trying to find a CMO for a long time, and he would find these great, more talented than me CMOs. But that when he started talking about the game, or he started talking about kind of how it all works and how fluid it is, and when you think about it, it's a set of brands that in many instances fluctuate with the wins and losses of the team, and so it's not. There's so much variability in where you stand, and so you have to have the fluidity or agility to kind of figure out how to do it. And so when I started talking to David about the role, he asked me, he goes, he said, well, how do you see things? If you're going to come here. And I knew he was notoriously, and he always his favorite quote was that micromanagement was underrated, because David liked to have his fingers in every single thing.
Micromanagement was underrated.
But he asked me, in our last interview, he said, so what do you see here? And I said, with all due respect, because I know you've been the steward of this brand, you've basically, you're the main person on the Mount Rushmore of sports industry people. But I think you've paid more attention to the shoebox and the shoe. And he was like, what the F does that mean? And I said, I think where you've gotten with this league is you're more about like celebrities and culture and music and rappers and actors, and you're not thinking about it like the players, the teams, the rivalries, the speed, the glory, the power.
Yeah.
And he was like, and I said, we pay more attention to having Jamie Foxx and Drake sit half court than we do about what Bill Russell meant to this game. And we have to reverse that. We have to, I said, I buy a lot of shoes, sneakers, shoes. I always throw the shoebox out because I don't have room in my closet. And so it's more meaningless than the actual product that I love. And so he said, well, how do you do that? And I said, you start thinking about what's the vision and the values and frankly, what's the mission of the league? And he looked at me kind of with this incredulous look, and he said, the mission is to be the best sports league in the world. And I said, not a good mission. And he's like, are you seriously telling me I don't have a good mission and you want to be hired by me? And I said, well, I want to be hired by you, but I only want to work for you if you have some kind of flexibility in how you think. And he said, what do you mean it's not a good mission? I said, you can't achieve it. And he goes, what do you mean I can't achieve it? I said, tell me how you become the best sports league in the world. Like, what's the measurement? Yeah. Is it more fans? You're not going to beat Premier League. Like, is it more money? You're not going to beat the NFL. Like, start giving me some KPIs how you're going to be the best sports league in the world. And he couldn't. So I said, so David, you've had a mission that you probably don't articulate to your staff. Therefore, you've had a staff who's functioning for years without a mission. They're not coming to work every day going, this is what we're trying to do. And so he said, well, what do you think the mission should be? And I said, I think it should be something achievable, something that we can strive for every day and come in. And I said, but I can't tell you off the cuff. You have to hire me first. And so he did. And
it's a good way to get hired.
Good way to get hired. You blackmail the CEO. And he hired me, and we set on a journey over the next couple months of kind of defining kind of the core tenets of what the NBA stood for. And at the end of the day, what the mission was defined as was two things: was we want to be the keepers of the game. We want to be the ones who celebrate, defend, honor, cherish, grow the game. More than Eurobasket, more than China, but something we could come and measure. We could figure out KPIs to each one of those things: participation, viewership, all these different pieces. And then we also said we want to be the most socially responsible league in the world. And so we launched something called NBA Cares, where we could measure, like, how much money were we raising, how many of our players, percentage-wise, are doing things off the court. And they had not paid attention to those things. And the year I got there, 290 players had gone on overseas trips to less advantaged places than the United States to do clinics and camps. And I said, David, more than half of your workforce literally goes and does charity work in foreign countries, and no one talks about it.
That's so cool.
No one measures it. No one celebrates it. Like, this is, like, everyone has this player perception issue that the NBA guys are a bunch of thugs because...
But they're great guys.
But they're great guys, and they care, and they do more than almost every company in the world do in terms of the percentage of people that are actually participating in these things. And so we started shifting the brand. We created a campaign called Where Amazing Happens, where it used to be NBA's fantastic, and it was about all these fans like Penny Marshall and all these people who were like, we love the NBA. Jamie Foxx loves the NBA. Great, Jamie. I don't care. Like, what I care about is that we position this brand effectively so everyone can participate, everyone can be a part of it. And so we did. It was an incredibly successful campaign. NBA Cares revolutionized the league in some ways, shapes, and forms. It didn't come without friction. I had Mark Tatum, who's the deputy commissioner now, one of my best friends. I killed an ad campaign he was running with Gatorade because the ad campaign had the devil over, an angel over one shoulder and the devil over another. And so when it ran through kind of our review, our brand review process, I killed it. And Mark called me up and he said, do you know how much money they spend with us? And I said, Mark, I don't care. They could quadruple what they spend. We can't have the devil next to the NBA logo. We just can't do that. Like, I don't care how kitschy and funny it is. And so he set me up. He's like, well, then you're telling Gatorade. And so I met with the executives of Gatorade, and I challenged them with, this is our brand positioning. Go back in the shop and figure out like what you have to do to celebrate our brand positioning. But we're paying you. I don't care. Don't pay me then. I'll go to somebody else. And they came out with the campaign originally where the players were working so hard they started sweating Gatorade colors, which won them ad awards like all over the place. But it also supported my positioning that this was about the players, the effort, the glory, the speed, the power, the beauty, the rivalries, all these different things. And when we started having a collective of companies tell the same story and sing off the same sheet of music, the league had unprecedented growth.
Yeah.
And so it was fun. I got yelled at every day because he was a legendary screamer. So, and one day I told him, I said, hey, David, with all due respect, I probably am the most trained person ever to work for you. And he said, what do you mean? I said, well, I played college basketball for Jim Calhoun, who taught me more curse words than like any of my friends could ever do from the gutter. And so I am ready for you. You can throw it at me. And he told me he didn't give a F about Jim Calhoun or my crappy career and all these other, and he kicked me out of his office. But I knew he loved me. So.
Okay, so you had an amazing run at the NBA, and then you go to, MSG, Madison Square Gardens. Tell us about that. About that kind of shift of leadership and, some of the demands and pressures that you experienced there that were different from other parts of your career.
So in some ways it was very like coming home because I'd worked with so many teams, so I understood how teams function. I knew where the gaps were. I knew where the opportunities to lean in were. But in some ways it was totally different. You're going from trying to build a global brand on the marketing end of the fence to I went there as the chief revenue officer. So I'd done like this 180 of like, hey, I'm the marketing guy, and now I've got to go make all this money, or else this owner who has a spotted reputation might, the baby gets thrown out with the bathwater in that place. And so it was really trying to go in there. And what I learned about that experience was structure matters, systems matter, process matters. I got there, and they had, over the years, they had very powerful leaders in different parts of the org. And so the Knicks had their own team, and the Rangers had their own team, and the Garden had their own team, and Radio City Music Hall had their own team. And frankly, they were competing with each other more than they were competing with the Yankees or the Giants or the Mets or anybody else. And so when I got there, I recommended to Mr. Dolan that we consolidate all sales and we centralize it and we build a portfolio selling operation, which he agreed with. And so we went through the pain of kind of reorging the entire company.
Yeah.
We had just gone public at $18 a share. Following the reorg in 1 year, our stock went from 18 to 57, and then ultimately went all the way up to $250 a share.
Wow.
So there was a real power, and now the key there was I started cross-comping people, where everyone had their own territories. I'm like, hey, if you help that person hit their numbers, I'll pay you a bonus too. And if you help that person hit their number, I'll pay you a bonus. What do you mean? I don't have to sell any media? No, you have to sell sponsorships. You have to help them sell media. And if they hit their number, I'll give you all a spiff.
Wow.
And once everyone started to, and I had to beg.
They weren't fierce competitors anymore.
They weren't. We went from fierce competitor within our own company to people singing Kumbaya and trying to find ways, because we had probably 5 different revenue functions that I was responsible for. And so getting them all on the same page where they were all rowing together was, I realized it wasn't going to be about some motivational speeches. It wasn't going to be about, great architectural design of infrastructure. It was going to be about money. I'll pay you more if you help them, and vice versa. And so I had to lean into Mr. Dolan to get a bigger pool of comp so I could actually do that. But the 5-year plan just kept getting torn up and redone because we had people singing off the same sheet.
So many of us have all been to Madison Square Garden for a variety of things, whether it's a concert, a hockey game, basketball. Give us just one moment from your MSG years, a deal, a night, a conversation that kind of captures what it's like to operate inside, such a large organization.
So I'll give you a couple.
Okay.
One was, I'm a college basketball player. I grew up in New York. St. John's was my favorite team. The Knicks, I still, like, underneath my son's T-shirt is a Knicks T-shirt.
We'll keep that here.
You know, I saw your friend wearing the Yankee hat, and I just wanted to hug him. So I get there, and Calhoun tells me, I don't know if I started, but I played a lot of minutes. And we were playing St. John's, and they had a guy named Mark Jackson, who you may recognize the name, Hall of Fame point guard. Mark was an All-American, all-everything, and I was starting opposite Mark Jackson. So I'm like, all right, I got this. Mark Jackson proceeded to score 29 points, have 9 rebounds and 9 assists.
Great game.
I went 1 for 9 from the floor. I scored 4 points. It was the best 1 for 9 effort ever. I felt so great. I just couldn't get a shot to go down. But at the end of the game, Jackson barreled down the lane, and I took a charge. And the charge was on the front cover of the New York Post. And it was with a caption saying, UConn's Greg Economou takes a charge. One of the rare mistakes Mark Jackson made all night. And so I got 7,000 copies of the New York Post and just told people, don't look at the box score. Just don't look at the box score. But I think for me, going back to work there, I mean, I think the first game working there was like pretty magical. You know, just that building to me is, I mean, they call it the world's most famous for a reason. I think, you know, there were so many incredible moments. We weren't that good. The Knicks weren't that good. The Rangers were actually very good when I was there. But it was just being in the building, being amongst my friends that I grew up with, you know, being, you know, kind of in an environment where, you know, anything was possible. I mean, I was traveling all over the world because we had created a positioning that the Garden and New York was the gateway to the rest of the U.S. And so if you're a Chinese company or you're a Russian company, back then pre all this, you know, kind of geopolitical stuff, we were all over the place attracting these companies to come through our gateway. And anything was possible. I was there when Linsanity happened, which was probably one of the greatest. I mean, it was 3 weeks. It felt like we were in Game 7 for 3 weeks. I mean, it was just, you can't even describe what it was like. You know, the secondary tickets in the upper bowl were going for $8,000 for a game. You know, it was like, wow, are you kidding me? And so it was an incredible place to work. You know, I've worked in different places, but to work for your hometown team, there was something really magical about that.
So before I ask kind of next questions, I want to just share a little clip that your team had sent. And this is interesting.
I have not seen this, so somebody's getting fired maybe.
No. But it's interesting, you know, so you started as an athlete, you got, and you know, we're in sports, and that was kind of consistent over those next several years and decade plus in your career. And then you did something different, and I want to kind of share this clip real quick. Oh, let me go back, sorry.
Wow, this is unbelievable. I've had a hell of a year, and to be put in that category with some of my friends, plus my man, was unbelievable enough. Just want to say a massive thank you to everyone at Capitol Records, Steve, Ash, Ambrosia, Greg, Robbie, Mitra, my management who have been with me since I was 16 years old, incredible people, and the fans. You guys are unbelievable. Every single time you turn out for these things, this is for you. Thank you very much.
So I want to ask about that night, but you made a deliberate move into entertainment, into content. Guggenheim Media, Dick Clark Productions, you built a branded content practice that does over $250 million in deals just over 4 years. You walked into Hollywood with a sports background, though. How did that world receive you? What was that reception like?
No one knew who I was. So a lot of cold shoulders. No, it was, so my boss who hired me away from the Garden was a guy named Todd Bowley. Todd had just bought the Dodgers, Dick Clark Productions, Billboard, and a bunch of other complex and all these different kind of entertainment groups, music in Hollywood. And so he offered me the chief commercial officer position. I wanted to move to LA for personal reasons. My whole family had settled in Tucson, Arizona, and I wanted to be closer to everyone. And you know, what I realized right away was they were leaving so much money on the table in that they weren't taking advantage of the fact that the most famous people in the world were walking through their events specifically Golden Globes and American Music Awards, Billboard Music Awards. You had the top talent in the whole world. You had social followings up to the billions, and they weren't making a nickel on it. And so I said to them, we should come in here and build a branded content studio. And my boss said, what's that? And I said, it's a way for us to do some organic stuff and just attach brands to it. And what it grew into was we started doing a lot of contextual stuff. So like you guys saw the T-Mobile in the background. We did a deal with T-Mobile that was $20 million. What they got was they came in and they took over the show for a stretch of the show. And we actually had Justin Bieber, we got him a little bit of money, and Justin played 3 songs to end the show. And they basically owned it. And it was above and beyond what the TV rights were, because that's how they made their money all along, was TV rights. I started making as much money on branded content for those shows as they were making in TV rights.
Wow.
And so the EBITDA of the company just skyrocketed through the roof. And so, so it was a super interesting experience. I think it was early days branded content, so we had a lot of folks asking us, and if I would have been smart, I would have probably started a consultancy and gone around and made more money than I probably made there by teaching other people how to do that kind of stuff. But we took advantage of the fact that we had all these incredibly famous people and incredibly successful social media people, and we figured out how to leverage their followings for our own gain and for theirs. We were building mousetraps that were celebrating them and giving them more reasons to retweet or what have you. And so it was a really cool experience. But it also got me into the storytelling game. And so what I tell people, if there's a common thread to my career, it's been basically 3 things. Relationship building, like how do you just have, because you never know. Like when the guy who actually called me about the job at Guggenheim was a guy named Peter Guber. And so Peter is a part owner of the Warriors, but he also has won a couple Oscars. So he's the only person in the history of the world that's won an NBA title and a World Series championship and some Oscars.
Crazy. Right?
And so he called me and said, I have this really cool opportunity for you. Now, I helped Peter 20 years earlier when he was his sports interest was minor league baseball, and I was doing branding, and so I branded some of his minor league baseball teams, and I just kept a relationship with him. I'm like, oh, that guy, I really liked him. Like he does some movie stuff too, and then he wins the Oscar, and he wins another Oscar, and then he gets really rich, and he buys into the Dodgers and to the Warriors and stuff. And so like the ability to lean into the relationships, number one, and then number two, storytelling is everything, right? And whether that's storytelling when you're out pitching somebody or whether you're trying to position your brand. And the thread is like when I was building brands, like what we really were doing was we were creating the story of what that brand stood for, what the DNA of that brand was. And then the manifestation was logos, uniforms, signs. The manifestation later was more moving pictures, video, and other things. But that common bond. And then the third thing in what I've seen has been a commonality is data. It's like how do I manage my data the most effective? And that started with, I was young, I read this book called The Power of Who. It was life-altering read, which talked about basically the author, Bob Beaudine, who's become one of my best friends, in the book says, you already know everybody you need to know. It's just how do you go back through those people and multiply and grow? And so I actually changed my entire Rolodex and I coded it. And I said, these are people in my inner circle, I'm going to talk to them every day. These are people in my next circle, and I'm going to talk to them once a week. And so I developed a communication schedule where,
very intentional,
it was very intentional, and it was about data and relationship building, putting those two things together. And then hopefully when I got them, whether it was on the phone or via email, I could storytell and kind of keep them excited about the things I was working on. So, so for me, that was a common bond that just found other ways to come out, like the storytelling part of it.
So before we shift from Hollywood and entertainment, you launched Game One with Basil Iwanek, the producer behind John Wick franchise, and Michael Smith from ESPN. So that's a collision of sports, culture, Hollywood IP. Give us just one project from that era that still makes you proud.
So Basil had produced John Wick, Sicario, The Town. I mean, the guy, he's done Greenland 2. Like, the guy has 50 major films. Probably the most successful independent film producer out there. He was my neighbor in LA. And he had 3 sons, I had 3 sons. He liked the Mets, I liked the Yankees. He grew up in New Jersey, I grew up in New York. He liked the Jets, I liked the Giants. So we liked to get together and just make fun of each other all the time. And one day he came to me and he said, hey, I have a script that I need your help on. And I was like, dude, like what possible help can I give you? Sure. Like, you make famous movies and I'm like asking people to buy signs and ads. And he said, no, I have a script that is about the UFC. And I've gotten this woman named Halle Berry to play the lead role, and she's gonna direct it. And she's gonna play a UFC fighter who falls down on her luck and, you know, kind of taking the Creed or Rocky kind of thematic, but bringing it into UFC. And he's like, I don't know what to do about the UFC. I don't know anybody there. And so I called my friend who was the chief commercial officer and said, Mikey, how would it work with you guys? I got one of my buddies lives down the street from me. He produces all these big movies, like blah, blah, blah. And he's like, let me talk to Dana. The next day, I get a phone call from a 702 number, and it's Dana White. And he says, hey, I hear you're making a movie about the UFC. And I said, oh, no, I'm not making any movies. My friend is, and he's a big-time guy. And he's like, can you connect me to him? And so we did a conference call. It was like pre-COVID, so it was pre-Zoom phenomena. And we did a conference call, and Dana White basically gave Basil everything for free. He's like, you can use the marks, you can use the gyms, you can use my talent. We had cast Svetlana, who was the champion at the time, to be the villain in the movie. And so we ended up raising about $10 million to film it as an independent film. We sold it to Netflix for 21. So it was an economic success as well. Yeah. And you know, Basil said to me, he's like, hey, you're one of the producers on this movie. And I said, I didn't do anything. Like, what do you mean I'm a producer on a movie? And he said, well, it wouldn't have happened without Dana White coming in, and like, it would have taken us too long, and I would have lost Halle because she would have gone and do another project. And so from that experience, not only did I get into the producer game, my kids asked me, Dad, are you a movie producer now? I'm like, I guess. Like, I don't know. But we started a little studio called Game One, and we produced a handful of films and documentaries, and I subsequently sold my stake to Basil because he needed to consolidate his other studio because he was in an acquisition phase, and he couldn't be in 2 places at once, according to his buyers. So I sold him my stake. I retained ownership over a bunch of projects. And then I continue to produce outside of, it's kind of my side hustle. So I just released a show with a little company called Skydance and another company called Religion of Sports, who has an investor named Tom Brady. And there's a show on AMC and AMC Plus called The Rise of the 49ers that was, you know, what's great about kind of that storytelling is it came out of my brain.
That's
cool. It was like student of sports, and I was like, Bill Walsh was the Steve Jobs of sports. Yeah. Like, he saw the world differently. He delivered the same product, but in a better way than anyone had ever done, like Jobs did with personal computing or phones. And Walsh did that with the West Coast offense. And so when I reached out to 49ers, they were like, we'd love to do that. And when I reached out to the Walsh family, they're like, we'd love to do that. Wow. And not only did they love to do it, they had about 1,000 hours worth of footage of Bill Walsh inventing the West Coast offense on chalkboards. Wow. So when you watch the series, it's a 4-part series, you see a lot of Walsh drawing on chalkboards, and the next clip is Joe Montana throwing to Jerry Rice for a touchdown. And it's like directly how he envisioned
That's cool.
it. And so that one I did on my own. I just conceived it. I wrote it. I sent it to the guys at Skydance owns NFL Films, so I had to go through them. They loved it. They took it out once my part was done, they went and did the rest of it. But it's been the #1 performing show on AMC since The Walking Dead. So
you've heard it.
So
Rise of the 49ers. We all have something to watch tonight.
Rise of the 49ers.
That's awesome.
Bring your Kleenex. It gets very emotional. So, no, it doesn't. But it was fun. And Tom Brady, I didn't meet him in the process, like, because I finished my part, and then they brought Religion of Sports in. But my wife was like, you have to post on LinkedIn that you and Tom Brady produced a show together. And I'm like, that's not exactly true. She's like, it's 100% true. Look at the credits. It's Tom Brady and Greg Economou. I'm like, yeah, but I never met him. Like it wasn't like we collaborated. She's like, just post something that's kind of like that. And so, you know, we took a little bit of liberties.
Yeah,
So.
well, oh, that's amazing. Well, I want to shift gears for a moment now. This next kind of visual is you when you were at Ticketmaster. So you got back into sports through Ticketmaster. And tell us a little bit about that. You know, you were starting to realize that a ticket wasn't just a transaction. It's the beginning of a data relationship. You've already talked a little bit about data, but what did you see that maybe everyone else was missing in that transaction and in that kind of sports arena?
What I saw was, so Ticketmaster is effectively two different companies. It's a marketplace, like an Amazon, where you buy tickets, like concert tickets, show tickets, game tickets, what have you. On the other hand, it's a SaaS software business. And so most of the teams in sports, their software is, the underbelly is Ticketmaster software. And so you might be buying something on Suns.com, but you're actually, the process is driven by Ticketmaster.
Yeah.
And so what I realized when I got in there was, and from my history at teams, is that teams are relatively unsophisticated when it comes to data management, mining, et cetera. And the reason is they just don't have big enough budgets to hire data specialists. So we have, I think, one data scientist on the Sun staff. But when I got to Ticketmaster as the chief commercial officer, I had 25 or 30. And so I could look at our first party data all day long with our CMO and figure out, can I drive more sales in a particular market? But what was more valuable for me, because my relationships with the teams, was can I help the Phoenix Suns or the New York Yankees or the Miami Heat sell more tickets, whether that be season tickets, renewing their existing season tickets, or single game tickets. Could I actually deploy or leverage that data? And so I had this kind of cockamamie idea that I was going to build a media tool that would basically look at first party data, segment it, and then we develop custom creative per the segment, and we press the button and we run these campaigns. And so they gave me some purview to go do that. I took any refugee I could find at Ticketmaster that was like bored in their job or had more to give and said, do you want to work on this cool thing? And we put a collection of people together. And lo and behold, we did it with the Yankees as our beta test partner. And the Yankees were spending about $2 million a year in local media to sell single game tickets. And they gave us, I think the first tranche of money was like 50 grand. And our 50 grand, the ROAS on that 50 grand was so much higher than their local agency, they gave us 200 more grand. And it was so much higher than the local agency, they gave us $1 million. And before we knew it, we had over 6 or 8 months, we had taken almost their entire performance budget. And I took that case study and I went out to sports, and we ended up probably doing, within that first 12 to 18 months, we probably had 60, 70 teams that were buying performance media through the channel. And then I had to go hire a bunch of people, real professional people like your team, and kind of recreate almost like an agency inside of Ticketmaster. And the thesis around it was, I need a differentiator to compete with SeatGeek and Axis, because those guys are paying more than I'm willing to pay for accounts because they just want to buy their way to success. And I don't want to turn us upside down. So the only way I can compete with them is I have to deliver something different and special that they can't. And I could uniquely do that because I had such a history and I had so much data and my teams had so much data that I could create kind of data strategies and therefore media strategies much more effectively than they could have, because they were both young companies. And it helped us retain every customer we had. And it was a really significant new revenue line that we didn't have before, and which I would have gone without if I retained all the customers I had. And I learned a lot. Like I learned a lot about working in a historic company that was 45 years old, and you had this guy coming in trying to change everything. And how I tell people that segment of my career I would title the Game of Thrones years, because it was like literally every meeting I went into was like everyone was trying to shoot everything down, like everything. And I was like, guys, we're renewing because they're, it was like, well, that's not what we do here. And so it was super interesting to succeed at something against an incredible currents in our face, right? So
you know, you had already done a lot in sports and had interacted with a lot of teams and a lot of leagues, but particularly at Ticketmaster, I mean, it was pretty much every team, every league, all entertainment, you know, kind of all roads somewhat lead through Ticketmaster. What did you learn in that seat, and what did, you know, as you look at the various leagues, any kind of aha moments that came along the way?
Couple things. That teams still couldn't position their brand effectively, therefore storytell effectively. They could not manage data effectively, and teams struggled to sell the single game ticket. Like it's even a team like us, like we have 207 straight sellouts, but we don't sell all tickets to season ticket holders intentionally, because if you have every ticket in your building as a season ticket holder, and then you have a bad season and a bunch of people choose not to renew, you're scratching and clawing. So you want to keep, we only sell out of 17,000 seats, about 11,000 season tickets. And so the rest is some group tickets, but a lot of it's single game tickets. And we want to keep that fresh, you know, kind of group of folks coming in. And if Phil Case comes 14 times, we might go to you and try to sell you a season ticket. But we want to keep the currents going on that regard. But teams struggle. They struggle to get to it, and to get to the end of the rainbow. So putting that together, and then therefore, you know, they're not optimizing. And then the other thing I learned, which is what I'm sure we'll talk about next, is teams weren't leveraging their data on behalf of their other partners. You know, I sit in a market with a relatively modest database of 4 million records, but relatively modest in a city of 5 million people. And so, you know, I between the first party data I have and my ability to create look-alike campaigns, like I could pretty much touch everyone in my state, my city and my state. And that's great for me to sell single game tickets, which we're doing effectively with Ticketmaster's help now. But we're not helping the rest of our partners. And so it's like we're leaving a lot on the table by not going to them saying, look, let us leverage our first party data on your behalf, which I try to do at Ticketmaster, but my boss kept saying, who was a ticketing guy, he kept saying, it's too far afield, like we're not a sponsorship company. And I would tell him, we're a data company, Jared. Like, we're a data company. We should be called Data Masters, not Ticketmasters. like we have what everyone cherishes. And if they would have been smart, they would have a retail media network that was, you know, that was amazing, bigger, better, and more amazing. And the fact that they just couldn't get out of I mean, I tell people, like, I went to work for the Maytag company, and they would install software, and the only time you'd ever see anybody from Ticketmaster is if the software broke. So you buy a dishwasher, you never talk to Maytag again until it doesn't work. And then you call them and you're like, get it to my house. I hate washing things by hand. And they run out and they fix it and you're like, thanks. And maybe you'll never see them again. So I wanted to build something that was much more proactive, that got me in front of customers and was helping them move their products, which were tickets in that case. I would have liked to help them move their sponsorship products more. But the powers that be there said, you know, that it's just too far afield. And I said, huge mistake. And so.
So fast forward to the present. You're in Phoenix. Great location for you and your family.
Yeah.
And, you know, with Matt Ishbia, you know, the billionaire owner of Player 15 Group, he has a couple of entities, properties, and businesses that he owns there. Tell us about what you're building there, what you're excited about, and what that looks like in 5 years.
So Matt took over his father's mortgage business. It was 12 people, and independent mortgage broker who wrote mortgages for, you know, people in Detroit that didn't want to go to the bank. And he started having a epiphany that he could build something that was more of a wholesale business, that he could find all the independent mortgage brokers in Michigan, and he could develop best practices and eventually software that would help them do their jobs better. Fast forward 15 years, Matt has basically become the best tech company in the mortgage business. And so he services the B2B world, not the B2C world, like Rocket Mortgage, you know,
that's B2C.
You go to Rocket or you go to your bank, where Matt's whole drive is go to a local broker, because brokers can get your loan done faster, cheaper, and probably you'll create more savings in it, which I don't understand that business enough to talk to it. But what I saw in Matt was this ingenious guy that figured out he could create technology solutions to change an industry. which was an old-fashioned, fill out the form, let me make some calls, let me source some dollars, to, hey, I've got ways to do this super quickly, super effectively. Matt has 10,000 employees now, so in 14 years, he's gone from 12 to 10,000. About 3,500 of those people are tech people. So he's literally built a tech company. So what I realized in Matt was that he had experience and vision and propensity to look at technology as a solution. And when he was talking to me about the job, I frankly told him, I said, look, if you're looking for somebody to sell, don't hire me. I will sell, and I'll hit numbers. That's what we do. But if that's all my job description is, then no thank you, because I'll go do something else. Yeah. But what Matt wanted was, he wanted to kind of reinvent the sports landscape. And so when I started talking to him about things like Adrenaline 360, which we'll get into in a second, and the B2B Alliance product, and kind of building an internal studio product that we could produce our own shows at scale, but also produce for other people at scale, he greenlit that for me. And we've sold, when I got there, we were 9th in the NBA in sales, and now we're 3rd. Wow. And some of that's predicated on just having more structure, systems, processes, and recruiting some really great people and running a really tight operation. But some of it's because we're building some bells and whistles that no one else is doing. And so clients are seeing that and going, that's super interesting. Can that help me actually sell more product? It's like, yes. Yeah. Because the sponsorship game has been traditionally an impressions game, and I'm trying to change that. I'm trying to make it more of a KPI game, where it's like, you need to sell more soda? We can help you do that. You want to sell more cars? I can help you do that too. It's just a matter of how do I leverage the data source that I have to be able to get smart about how I route my entire infrastructure and build a funnel basically, and say, now I'm going to take you through this journey, and hopefully we're going to have some success at the end.
Well, and I think everyone has been used to the sports investment, funnel. They know they invest, they get IP, they can talk about being a sponsor of, but now you've begun to build in multiple ways the sponsorship ROI funnel. Yeah. It's the payoff. Yeah. And I think you're doing some things that I know is catching attention from PayPal and Verizon and others around the country, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, what I've learned over many, many years when you talk to CEOs of many different kinds of companies is they effectively need 2 things. That's it. They need to build their brands, for whatever that means, whether it's in a B2C scenario or a B2B scenario. They need brand equity. They need people to love and respect them. They want to be able to scale and grow and lean on what they've built. And 2, they need to make more money.
Pretty simple.
Pretty easy. And so when I re-entered this, when I started the sponsorship realm, I brought some of these things to the Garden, and I just didn't have the technology parts of it like I do now. And so what I tried to tell people when I was at the Garden was, and I used to say this, and it was funny the first few times I said it, I got a lot of really kind of confused looks on people's faces. I said, I want you guys to be more like McKinsey than the Mets. And I had a bunch of sports sellers looking at me like, who's McKinsey? And I was like, it's a consulting company that solves problems for companies. So if that company needs to sell more beer, we have to think about everything we own and how can I actually help them sell more beer? It's not about telling them they got 1 billion impressions or 100 billion impressions or 100 million impressions. It's about, did you sell more beer this year? Yeah. And if you didn't, then let me go back to the drawing board and try to rethink the mousetrap to try to sell more beer for you. And so we built a lot of that stuff at the Garden, which made us eminently successful because people were seeing results. I mean, we ran an email campaign for JP Morgan Chase. Email. We sent it from Knicks to our season ticket bases. And Knicks and Rangers. We did $300 million in checking account deposits off an email campaign.
That's got to feel good.
And Chase was like, we just paid for our entire sponsorship. And I said, yes. But when you're up for renewal, I'm going to come to you for double.
Yeah,
exactly. And then my task is to now raise my game so I can pay for it again. And so I think what I learned in that time is how can you speak the same language as your client, which no one in sponsorship does. Right. They sit there and go, we're going to do this and you're going to get that and da-da-da-da. And I used this example the other day. I had a partner, a legal partner that spends a lot of money in local media, and she had very, very sophisticated media buyer, very sophisticated sponsorship person, national buyer, and she looked at me and she said, like, I don't know if we're going to renew because I just don't see the ROI. And I said, look, Maria, the reason you don't see the ROI is we sold you a bowl of spaghetti and meatballs. The problem is we mixed it behind the counter and we put it on in front of you, and you can't tell if there's one meatball or 10. And that's not a good way for us to go to market. And she's like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. And I said, well, think of it this way. The spaghetti is sponsorship assets, and the meatballs media. I'm going to take them apart. I make them separately. And I might make meatballs in a very sophisticated way. I might add a little bacon. I might add prosciutto. I might do some cool things. I might have other meats that I'm putting into the sauce. But I'm making it separate. The spaghetti's the spaghetti. So what you buy in my building, what entitlements you have, what signage you own, what kind of community programming you have, that's the spaghetti. The meatballs are the media. And we need a better strategy to how to manage our meatballs, right? And she goes, I think I know what you're talking about now. And so we built a media plan for her that effectively tripled her current deal. Because she spends all this money,
Not with you, though.
And my convince to her was, I've kept your deal the same. She's like, what do you mean? Like, I went from 1 million to 3 or 4, and I said, no, it's 1 million in sponsorship, and it's 1 million in sponsorship again. You're just spending 3 million in media, but you're already spending that, Maria, in this market. I just need a little bit of the 25 million you're spending. Just move some of it over to me. And guess what? This $3 or $4 million deal might turn out to be a $12 million deal if I perform. So I win, you win, right? Because if I'm performing, you know you're getting more cases, and if you pay me $12 million, I'm going to be walking around being carried on a chariot with my team, going, how did you guys revolutionize this thing? And so it's really an effort. Number one, like I said at Ticketmaster, it's an effort that if I can help these clients actually perform in business, I'm going to protect them. They'll never leave me. So worst case scenario is I don't perform in the media, but I still maintain $1 million partnership. Great. Like, I'm flat. That's fine. Like, it's still $1 million I'm putting in the coffer. I don't have to go resell to somebody else. But I'm giving myself the opportunity to scale that business in an incredible way. And thankfully, I have an owner who sees that, because that's the business he built.
Right.
It was like, holy crap, technology helps you actually helps you build scale.
So did Maria, did she like the spaghetti and meatballs?
She loved the meatballs.
She loved the meatballs, okay.
And the spaghetti. So we're finalizing that, and we're going to put them back together and put it in front of her, but she'll know what went into making the meatballs and the meat platter, and she'll know what went into making the spaghetti, and then we'll put it together and put a little sauce on top, and
So I know we're out of time. Just, I would say if you had to give advice to a younger self, but you actually have a younger self, and I've met some of your kids. So what advice would you give to your kids today, the Greg Economou of today, whether or not they listen, that's another, but what advice would you give them after, careers that span not only decades, but, eras and industries?
I mean, my son, when he played overseas for a year, and then I took the job at the Suns, and he wanted to live in Arizona too. So he moved there, and he immediately got hired by the Diamondbacks. I think his last name helped him get the job, knowing a dad that had been in the business for 30 plus years. But he ended up being the MVP of the ticket sales group over there.
That's
but
awesome.
on his first day on the job, he grabbed me the night before, and he's like, Dad, what advice do you have for me? And I said, work harder than everybody else. He's like, okay, what else? I'm like, work twice as hard as everybody else. He's like, no, what else? Like, you've been in this 30 years. What can you tell me? What do I need to know? I'm like, show up an hour before everybody else and stay an hour later. You'll win.
Love that.
You'll win. Like, go watch a bunch of Kobe videos. Like, he worked out 4 times a day when everybody else was working out once or twice. And if you listen to, there's a great interview Kobe gave where he talks about people realizing what it actually takes to be great. And he's like, by the time people realize what it takes to be great, I'm so far ahead of them, because they can't spend the hours. I've already accrued 10 years worth of hours in building this thing, that they might have more talent than me, but they're not gonna outwork me.
They're not gonna outwork them.
So for my own children, it was, whatever you decide to do, just have the pride and the discipline to just outwork everyone, period.
Yeah.
And like, I'm the oldest person, I think, at the company in Player 15. I still outwork everyone. I'm in first. I try not to leave last because I got remarried and I have a 7-year-old daughter who gives me a lot of gruff if I don't get home for dinner. But it's about not maybe the amount of hours, but it's the intensity that you work and the intention that you work with. And then I think the other advice I would give people, because I give it to my own kids, is the 2 factors that I look for in everybody that works for me, in addition to their own personal values, are courage and my ability to instill hope. And so, like, I want people never to, like, I tell everybody, I will lead the league in dumb ideas. I promise you that. Because I'll be throwing them out at a prodigious rate. And people look at me like, well, that's the dumbest thing I ever heard. Great. Here's another one. That's even dumber. Okay, great. Here's another one. So, like, have the courage of your convictions, your ideas, to put them out there. And then on the other hand, from my perspective, is I'm always trying to design an org and my relationship with my people where they feel hope every day. And if I can instill hope, and the hope might be in the form of recognition, it might be in the form of more money, more opportunity, higher title, a job outside of our place. How can I continually monitor how much hope I'm instilling in people? And if I can do that, they'll run through the wall for you. And I've done that over many, many years. I learned that fairly early, that if you can get people, that's the key to motivation, because it's the key to motivation as an athlete. Like, if I'm sitting on the bench and I haven't played in a number of games and Calhoun comes over and says, I may start you next week against Boston College. You don't think I had my best 5 practices ever?
Right.
Like, because I had hope that I was going to play in the Boston Garden on national TV.
Yeah.
I started and I played, and it was amazing. And it was like, oh, hope equals effort.
Yeah.
So,
ladies and gentlemen, big thank you to Greg Economou.
My pleasure.
Okay. You've sat through a lot of content. I hope that was super enjoyable. So I want to be Greg when I grow up. I have the name, and we actually have the same glasses. I seem to need them a little bit more than Greg. I don't know why that is, but I'm on my way. So it's such an interesting story. We've had some great content this morning. It is lunchtime. So we have boxed lunches out here in the kitchen area, and then we'll come back in around 12:45, and we'll have our keynote from Google with Derek Hartman on stage. So again, thanks for being here. Enjoy lunch, and we'll see you back here.
You shout it out, but I can't hear a word you say. I'm talking loud, not saying much.
Súmale mambo pa' que mi gata prenda los motores. Súmale mambo pa' que mi gata prenda los motores. Súmale mambo pa' que mi gata prenda los motores. Que se preparen que lo que viene.
I used to rule the world, seas that rise when I gave the word. Now in the morning I sleep alone, sweep the streets I used to own. I used to roll the dice, feel the fear in my enemy's eyes, listen as the crowd would sing. Now the old king is dead, long live the king. One minute I held the key, next the walls were closed on me, and I discovered that my castle stand upon pillars of salt and pillars of sand. I hear Jerusalem bells are ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Mirror, mirror, my sword and shield, my missionaries in a foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, once you've gone, it was never, never an honest word. That was when I ruled the world. It was a wicked and wild wind, blew down the doors to let me in, shattered windows and the sound of drums. People couldn't believe what I'd become. Revolutionaries wait for my head on a silver plate, just a puppet on a lonely string. Oh, who would ever wanna be king? I hear Jerusalem bells are ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Mirror, mirror, my sword and shield, my missionaries in a foreign field.
Guess this means you're sorry. You're standing at my door. Guess this means you take back all you said before. Like how much you wanted anyone but me. Said you'd never come back, but here you are again. 'Cause we belong together now, yeah. Forever united here somehow, yeah. You got a piece of me, and honestly, my life would suck without you. Maybe I was stupid for telling you goodbye. Maybe I was wrong for trying to pick a fight. I know that I've got issues, but you're pretty messed up too. Either way, I found out I'm nothing without you. 'Cause we belong together now, yeah. Forever united here somehow, yeah. You got a piece of me, and honestly, my life would suck without you. Being with you is so dysfunctional. I really shouldn't miss you, but I can't let you go. Cause we belong together now, yeah. Forever united here somehow, yeah. You got a piece of me, and honestly, my life would suck without you. 'Cause we belong together.
Day and night, I toss and turn, I keep stressing my mind. I look for peace, but see I don't attain what I need for keeps this silly game we play. Now look at this, madness the magnet keeps attracting me. I try to run, but see I'm not that fast. I think I'm first, but surely finish last. Cause day and night, the lonely stoner seems to free his mind at night. He's all alone through the day and night. The lonely loner seems to free his mind at night. At night, day and night. The lonely stoner seems to free his mind at night. He's all alone, some things will never change. The lonely loner seems to free his mind at night. At night, hold the phone. The lonely stoner, Mr. Solo Dolo. He's on the move, can't seem to shake the shade. Within his dreams, he sees the life he made. The pain is deep. A silent sleeper, you won't hear a peep. The girl he wants don't seem to want him to. It seems the feelings that she had her through. Cause day and night, the lonely stoner seems to free his mind. mine at night. He's all alone through the day and night. The lonely loner seems to free his mind at night. At night. Day and night. The lonely stoner seems to free his mind at night. He's all alone, some things will never change. The lonely loner seems to free his mind at night. At night. Slow-mo. When the tempo slows up and creates that new. He seems alive though he is feeling blue. The sun is shining, man, he's super cool. The lonely nights, they fade away, he slips into his white Nikes. He smokes a clip and then he's on the way. To free his mind and searcher, to free his mind and searcher, to free his mind and searcher. Day and night, the lonely stoner seems to free his mind at night. He's all alone through the day and night. The lonely loner seems to free his mind at night. At night, day and night. The lonely stoner seems to free his mind at night. He's all alone, some things will never change. The lonely loner seems to free his mind at night. At night. At night.
Status, grind all day. Cleveland status, grind all night. Cleveland status, grind all day. Cleveland status, grind all night.
Smooth like butter, like a criminal undercover. Don't pop like trouble, breaking into your heart like that. Cool shade stunner, yeah, owe it all to my mother. Hot like summer, yeah, I'm making you sweat like that. Break it down. Ooh, when I look in the mirror, I'm not too hard to do. I got the superstar glow, so ooh, to the boogie line. A side step right left to my beat. I like the moon rock with me, baby. Know that I got that heat. Let me show you 'cause talk is cheap. Side step right left to my beat. Get it, let it roll. Smooth like butter. Pour you in like no other. Don't need no usher to remind me you got it bad. Ain't no other that could sweep you up like a rubber. Straight up, I gotcha, making you fall like that. Break it down. Ooh, when I look in the mirror, I'm not too hard to do. I got the superstar glow, so ooh, to the boogie line. Side step right left to my beat. I like the moon rock with me, baby. Know that I got that heat. Let me show you 'cause talk is cheap. A side step right left to my beat. Get it, let it roll. Get it, let it roll. Get it, let it roll.
Eyes on my wrist, I'm the nice guy. Got the right body and the right mind. Rolling up the party, got the right vibes. Move like haters. Fresh boy, pull up and we lay low. All the players get moving with the bass low. Go on me right behind us when we say so. Let's go.
Side step right left to my beat. I like the moon rock with me, baby. Know that I got that heat. Let me show you 'cause talk is cheap. Side step right left to my beat. Get it, let it roll.
Cool shade, and you know we don't stop. Highlight, ain't no. You been like, oh my God. We gon' make it rock in these areas. We gon' make it bounce in these areas. Hotter, sweeter, cooler, butter.
Get it, let it roll. 'Cause I'm in the stars tonight. So watch me bring the fire, set the night light. Shoes on, get up in the morning, cup of milk, let's rock and roll. Kink out, get the drum rolling on like a rolling stone. Sing song when I'm walking.
walking home, jump up to the top of LeBron. Ding dong, call me on my phone, nice tea, and I'll get my ping pong. This is getting heavy, can't hear the bass, boom, I'm ready. Life is sweet as honey, yeah, this beat you treat it like money. Days go all alone, I'm into that, I'm good to go, I'm diamond, you know I glow. Hey, so let's go. 'Cause I'm in the stars tonight, so watch me bring down fire, set the night light. Hey, shining through the city with a little funky soul. So when I light it up like dynamite.
What can I help you with today?
Yeah, so I just bought some.
Join the crowd, whoever wanna come along. Word up, talk, just move right up the wall. Daylight, sky's the light, so we dance to the breakdown. Ladies and gentlemen, I got the medicine, so you should keep your eyes on the ball. This is getting heavy, can you hear the bass? Boom, I'm ready. Life is sweet as honey, yeah, this beat you treat me like money. And this go all alone, I'm into that, I'm good to go, I'm down, you know I glow. And let's go.
Those are beautiful petunias. They're a great choice for vibrant color. Let me take a closer look at the items in your cart. Okay, I see you have standard.
Shining through the city with a little funky soul. So light it up like dynamite. This is watch me bring down fire, set the night alight. Shining through the city with a little funky soul. Light it up like
Return to the Mac. Get up what it is, what it does, what it is, what it isn't. Looking for a better way to get up out of bed instead of getting on the internet and checking a new hit. Me get up. First shot, hip strut walking. A little bit of humble, a little bit of cautious. Somewhere between like Rocky and Cosby's for the game. Nope, y'all can't copy yet. Bad moonwalking, and this here is our party. My posse's been on Broadway, and we did it all way. Chrome music. I shed my skin and put my bones into everything I record to it. And yeah, I'm on. Let that stage light go and shine on down. Got that Bob Barker suit game and Plinko in my style. Money, stay on my craft and stick around for those pounds. But I do that to pass the torch and put on for my town. Trust me, on my INDEPENDENT shit hustling. Chasing dreams since I was 14 with the 4-track bustin'. Halfway across that city with the back crush shit. Labels out here, now they can't tell me nothing. We give that to the people, spread it across the country. Labels out here, now they can't tell me nothing. We give it to the people, spread it across the country.
Here we go back, this is the moment, tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over, so we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us. Here we go back, this is the moment, tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over, so we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us.
Nah, can I kick it? Thank you. Yeah, I'm so damn grateful. I grew up really wanna go fronts, but that's what you get when Wu-Tang raised you. Y'all can't stop me. Go hard like I got an 808 in my heartbeat. And I'm eating at the beat like it gave a little speed to a great white shark on shark. We raw. Time to go off. Gone. Deuces goodbye. I got a world to see. And my girl, she wanna see Rome. Caesar make you a believer. Nah, I never ever did it for a throne. That validation comes from giving it back to the people. Now sing this song and it goes like, raise those hands. This is our party. We came here to live life like nobody was watching. I got my city right behind me. If I fall, they got me. Learn from that failure, gain humility, and then we keep marching.
Can we go back? This is the moment. Tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over. So we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us. Go back. This is the moment. Tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over. So we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us.
And all my people say, and all my people say, and all my people say,
Can we go back? This is the moment. Tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over. So we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us. Go back. This is the moment. Tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over. So we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us.
1, 2, 3, 5, 4, 6, 7. Hello. A, B, C, D. Sounds good? Cool. Okay.
So just leave it on. I'll just mute it.
And then, yeah, 5 minutes. Let's just try something real quick. Hey Gemini, what kind of plant is this?
It's difficult to tell with the lighting, but it looks like it might be
You
a
can hear it?
parlor pond.
Cool. Cool.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite you to return back to the conference area. We'll be starting in about 4 minutes. Again, the next session will be starting in about 4 minutes in the conference area. Thank you. Again, ladies and gentlemen, our presentation will resume in about 3 minutes. If you'd like to return back to the conference room, we'll be starting in about 3 minutes.
I am a wild one, break me
Ladies and gentlemen, our presentation will be starting again in 1 minute. We'd like to invite you to return back to the conference area. The next session will be starting in approximately 1 minute. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite you to return back to the conference area. We'll be starting momentarily.
I'm still levitated, I'm heavily medicated. Ironic, I gave him love and they end up hating on me. She told me she loved me and she been waiting. Been fighting hard for your love and I'm running thin on my patience. Needing someone to hug, even took it back to the basics. You see what you got me out here doing? Might have threw me off, but can't nobody stop the movement. Let's go. Left foot, right foot, levitating. Pop stars, do a leap with the baby. I had to lace my shoes for all the blessings I was chasing. If I ever slip, I fall into a better situation. So catch up, go put some cheese on it, get out and get your bread up. They always leave when you fall, but you run together. Weight of the world on my shoulders, I kept my head up. Now baby, stand up, cause girl, you
want me, I want you, baby. My sugar boo, I'm levitating. The Milky Way, we're renegading. Yeah, 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 yeah. I got you, moonlight. You're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You, moonlight. You're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You can fly away with me tonight. So you can fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you for a ride. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm levitating. You can fly away with me tonight. So you can fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you for a ride. Yeah, 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 yeah. My love is like a rocket, watch it blast off. And I'm feeling so electric, down to ass off. And even if I wanted to, I can't stop. Yeah, 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 yeah. My love is like a rocket, watch it blast off. And I'm feeling so electric, dance my ass off. And even if I wanted to, I can't stop. Yeah, 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 yeah. You want me, I want you, baby. My sugar boo, I'm levitating. The Milky Way, we're renegading. I got you, moonlight. You're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You can fly away with me tonight. So you can fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you for a ride. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm levitating. You can fly away with me tonight. So you can fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you for a ride. Yeah, 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 yeah. I got you, moonlight. You're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating.
Yeah, no worries. If you want to shave off a few minutes, like I don't need the full 50. I can get it done. Yeah, just get it done. Even starting late, if you want to get more people in there, it's up to you. I don't feel like you gotta rush. I can make it work.
We pull the music down. Okay. It's always a little hard to pull people back from lunch, but we'll keep filtering in, I'm sure. I hope you enjoyed a quick sandwich or salad, delicious food there. And we appreciate you, again, just being here and being with us today. So I'm just going to tout Max Connect just really quickly before I hand it over to Derek. Max Connect has been a premier digital partner with Google for 10 plus years. We have a dedicated team at Google. So last year the stats were out of 70,000 agencies in the United States, there's 17,000 Google partners. Out of the 17,000 Google partners, 15 of them have a dedicated team at Google, and we're one of those. So we've loved them coming out to our summits over the last several years, and when we had a conversation with Derek, it's funny, we had the conversation, Derek, and Phil and I were texting each other as we were talking to you, and we said, we'll give Derek as much time as he wants. Sometimes we put a time constraint on, but we're like, Derek knows what he's talking about. We're so excited to have him here. So Derek is a digital, AI strategist, AI business strategist at Google. He's going to talk to us about paid search and other things. He's also going to do a live demo for us, which will be pretty fun. So with that, Derek, I'd ask you just maybe start with an introduction of yourself, but first, if you can give him a warm round of applause, and then I'll hand it over to Derek.
Well, thank you, everyone. It's great to be here. My name's Derek. I've been at Google for about 8 years. I give talks about AI, what businesses should be thinking about, how they should be thinking about their media. I'm also a dad, very proud girl dad. I also have one very sick plant, or I had one very sick plant at home. Who raises plants? Who has plants? You ever killed a plant? All the time. You're probably a better arborist than I am. I want to introduce you to George. So I have 2 daughters. I have a 4-year-old and I have an 18-month-old. When we had our 4-year-old, we started to nest. So we did the apartment, we got a plant, had to get a great plant. We got this plant. When I first got this plant, I thought it was a banana tree. Does anyone know what this plant is? This is not a banana tree. This is a corn plant. I learned that from Gemini. I also learned that from Gemini when he was very sick. I had to do a lot to kind of get him back recovered. What you are noticing now is he's actually recovering. So let's roll it back about 3 weeks. George was not looking well. He started to have a lot of brown leaves. He was drooping. He had this sideways slant that he was having. So I was curious, like, what do I need to do about this? So I talked to Gemini. And Gemini walked me through all these problems. I was like, what is wrong with my banana plant? Gemini said, well, first thing, that's a corn plant. You must be sure that it's a corn plant. So he corrected me there. And then we walked through what could possibly be going wrong here. And what I did is I used the Gemini app, and because it's multimodal, you're able to take a picture, you're able to talk to it, and then examine it. So what Gemini and I were able to understand is that George had root rot. So my plant owners, is root rot good or bad? Very bad. Root rot is something that will immediately kill a plant. So I had to go through the process of repotting George one Sunday. I have never repotted a plant. Every plant that I've had, I've killed. But we had to keep George alive. And my 4-year-old would not have ever forgiven me if George didn't make it. So I went through this whole process with Gemini. We understood what we needed to do. I had to repot it, had to get new soil. We had to get a new pot for him. I had overwatered him, so we had to figure out a new water regimen. And we had to go basically to the local plant store to figure out what do I need to buy to get George the new soil, the new home, and get him transferred over. So thankfully, George is doing much better now. This is a recent photo of George. So let's check in with Gemini and see how George is doing. So we're going to do Gemini Live. We're going to turn on the camera, and we'll have Gemini take a look. Hey, Gemini, how is this plant doing now?
It looks like some of the leaves are drooping and turning brown. That could be caused by a few things, like not enough water or too much direct sunlight. Are you able to tell what kind of plant it is?
So I originally thought it was a banana plant. I believe it's a corn plant. Is that correct?
That's a great guess. It does look like a Dracaena fragrans, often called a corn plant, because the leaves resemble corn leaves. The drooping and browning could be due to watering, either too much or too little.
So we just went through a repotting of George. That's the name of this plant. And he seems to be doing better. That was about 3 weeks ago. What's your assessment of George? What should I be looking for to know that George is in good health?
It's great that George is doing better. Typically, with corn plants like George, you'll want to see new green leaves sprouting from the top, and the existing leaves should be firm and vibrant. Make sure the soil isn't too waterlogged and that he's getting bright, direct light.
Okay, so you get the idea. Pretty cool, huh? It's a pretty cool demo. So I like that one. That's a personal one to me. I like to talk about that when I'm demoing and talking about the tools because it's very hard to connect back with the consumers when we want to make sure we're connecting with consumers. At Google, we talk about being customer zero. So what that means to us is we use our product, we use it all the time. So me and Jim and I have been talking about George for several weeks now. George is in recovery from what I believe. There are new growth at the top of the plant. What we'll do is I'll take photos every couple days and say, how's it looking, how's it looking? Because I want to water George, and Gemini says, stop. You're going to kill it again. Don't do that. So Gemini's been very helpful. All right, great. So I want to walk you through kind of how we think about multimodal, what that means, and I have a video for you I want to share.
Let's see how a next-gen agent can hopefully help me get this last order correct. We're going to start a brand new voice interaction with our agent here.
So this is an example of what a business
Hi there.
would
Welcome
do
to
with an
Simple Home and
agent to
Garden.
support a customer.
Is this Patrick?
Hey, yeah, this is Patrick. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning to you too, Patrick. I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. It looks like you've been shopping with us recently. I see you have a few things in your cart already. What can I help you with today?
Yeah, so I just bought some plants, and I'm trying to pick out potting soil and fertilizer, and I'm not sure if I'm getting the right stuff. Could you help me with that?
I can definitely help with that, Patrick. To give you the best recommendations, could you show me the plants you bought? I can take a look and help you choose the best soil and fertilizer. I'm sending a video request to your browser now. Great, I can see you. Just hold the plants up to the camera so I can help identify them.
Yeah, so I have about 40 of these in various different colors.
Those are beautiful petunias. They're a great choice for vibrant color. Let me take a closer look at the items in your cart. Okay, I see you have standard potting soil and general purpose fertilizer. That could work, but petunias really thrive in a rich, well-draining soil and a fertilizer specifically for flowering plants. Okay, I've found some recommendations for your petunias.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at these now. They look fantastic. Thanks.
Great! Would you like me to remove the standard potting soil and general purpose fertilizer and add the Bloom Booster potting mix and Flower Power fertilizer to your cart?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that.
Okay, I've updated your cart. Is there anything else I can help you with today?
I mean, not unless you can come over and plant these for me.
Funny you should mention that. We actually do offer professional landscaping services. Would you be interested in a quote?
Yeah, I mean, how much would something like that cost?
For planting 40 petunias, I would suggest a 4-hour appointment, which would come out to $200.
Okay, so you get the idea. Imagine you're a business, you run a plant shop, and you've now sold someone some potting soil, and you've just made an upsell. There's no headcount there. That's your agent working for you. So I've given you two examples here. I give you a very personal consumer example, and I give you an example of how businesses approach this. This is what search is going to look like in the future.
Let's see how a next-gen...
Let's flip past it. But I think before we talk about the future, let's talk about kind of how far we've come. When we think about AI, it is something so fundamentally different. We are at an inflection point. And I think it's important to recognize you're not late. So if you're not using it right now and you want to be using it, this is the right amount of time to jump in. There's plenty of tools, plenty of education, great partners like Max Connect that can help you. They'll show you what they're up to. Google loves to share kind of what we're up to, how we use it internally, what the different offerings are. But it's something very much in the now. So when we think about AI, we think about it on the same level as the printing press, electricity, automobiles, the internet. It's something where it's a disruption to people's lives, and it comes with a lot of change and a lot of new skills that people have to learn to figure it out. So we think about the future of search. We think about how the consumer is changing, how their habits are changing, how they approach it differently. And it's something that we should all be aware of as marketers and also consumers ourselves, what the opportunity is. And it's moving so rapidly. It's something where, like I said, you do need to make sure you're jumping in and kind of being present with it. We'll talk a little bit later today about things you should think about, takeaways, et cetera. If I could leave you with one right now, test. If you're not testing, start testing. Very easy to do. Get your head around kind of what the tools are. Start playing with it. Start playing with it as a consumer. Start using it for your business. Figure out what works. Moment of vulnerability. Does anybody want to share an AI moment that they've had recently? What made them a believer? you say it one more time, please?
I've 90% automated one of my clients' email lists, about 4 emails a week with micro emails around drops to add to that.
That's awesome. What was the impact?
About average $500 an email and sending 20 emails a month.
That's great. Excellent. Anyone else? Any other examples?
So his was positive, mine is negative. My water bottle opened up in a waterproof bag with my laptop and iPad and completely destroyed them. And it was so frustrating. I was on vacation and I'm getting on a cruise ship, so I had to go buy a computer and I've got to figure out how to do it. And I know I would have spent 3 or 4 hours calling customer service trying to figure out what I can do. Is it even worth it? And I just threw it in AI and it gave me a very thorough, yeah, you're probably screwed. And it was right, but like it at least walk through, you can try this, don't do this. And it was like 20 minutes and everybody's dealt with customer service snafus. It was amazing how quickly it helped.
That's awesome. Great.
Did it suggest a really big bag of rice to send?
It said that there's a better way.
Okay, great. Any others?
Cool. Well, those are 2 great examples. I'm a gamer, and there's a new game out. It's called Marathon. I've been playing a lot of it. Crashes all the time. I hope they don't see this. Copilot helped me figure out what was the problem. What I need to go do on my system to get it sorted out, stop crashing. So it's a great tool. It's a great resource. When we talk about what is Google's place in all of this, we've been here since the beginning. I think there's a moment where people point to when ChatGPT hit the market and everyone said, oh, Google's on their back foot. Is this the end of search? Is this the end of Google? People forget that we were there at the beginning. We've been working through this. These are our papers. This is our research. We really have the full stack. So when we talk about AI, we are talking about it from a point of knowledge and a point of research, deep research into it. When I say like we have the full stack, what I'm talking about is we are building the products, we're building the platforms that use these tools. We're also building these models. So we have DeepMind as a part of Alphabet. They build out the models. We have world-class Nobel Prize winning researchers that work with us, and we also make our own chips. Not a lot of companies, I don't think any other companies, frankly, can say that. So when we talk about AI, Google really has that full stack and the approach, and the value of this is we're able to go to market quickly. When we make a change, it gets pushed out, we're able to test it, and then it arrives in the marketplace, and you guys see the great products on the other side. There's a lot of other great things that DeepMind's doing. I want to give you a little preview of it. We'll get into the future of search, but I think there's a lot of just interesting stuff to be aware of. So let's talk about Gemini 3 just for a moment.
Gemini has been multimodal since the beginning. Our Gemini 1 models could see, hear, understand vast amounts of information, and natively generate across modalities. Gemini 2 took the next step with advanced reasoning, enabling AI agents to think, code, and take action. We're taking all of this to the next level with Gemini 3. Gemini 3 is the strongest model in the world for multimodality and reasoning. It's our most intelligent model that helps you bring any idea to life. Starting today, we're rolling out Gemini 3 in our products so you can experience it for yourself. In Google Search, Gemini 3 enables new kinds of generative user interfaces. It codes interactive simulations like this one, custom built for your search. In the Gemini app, you can use the vast range of Gemini 3 capabilities for all kinds of tasks. You could supercharge how you learn, create, plan, take action, analyze complex videos, and more. You could start building with Gemini 3 Pro, available in the API today. We're even introducing a new platform, Google Antigravity. It's our vision of software development at the frontier of model intelligence. It lets you use Gemini 3's agentic coding capabilities to accelerate how you build. The rollout of our Gemini 3 series will continue in coming weeks. We'll be introducing models with new features across different modalities and more model sizes. This is just the beginning of our Gemini 3 series.
All right, so you don't need to know about anti-gravity. As marketers, there's lots of here that's great to work with. Anti-gravity, really more for programmers, but it's important to know about it and be aware of it. And when we think of all the great work that's going into building these models out, we're building for everyone. Building for programmers, we also use our own stuff. Sundar was actually just giving a talk literally today. He posted on LinkedIn about a little bit earlier today about how, it's Google Cloud Next is happening today, about how 75% of our coding is being happened on Gemini. It used to be 50%, that was back in the fall. So we use our own stuff. And when you think about all the other tools, I think VO is an interesting one to point to. Who's familiar with VO? A couple hands, okay. Okay, great. So VO is a generative AI video builder. What does that mean? You give it a prompt, it will make a video for you. Isn't that cool? Isn't that neat? So for example, you can give it some images. We can give it a picture of a person. We can give it some clothes for her to wear. We can give her a location. That can result in a video. These are tools marketers and brands can use to build their story, go to market quickly, iterate. This is a great idea and a great way to test. If you want to have a new concept, go to market with it, get some learnings, here you go. Other ways you can use VO. 2 pictures. So you had that front picture of the beginning of the barn and then the horse in the back. It's now created a whole sequence out of just 2 prompts. A third example for you. Say your image is too small and you want to make it bigger. You extend it out. Add more to it. So these are just examples. I want to share another one with you around robotics. I think this is incredible. We talk about, what is the future going to look like? How do all these models kind of play together? One point of context to know here is that when we talk about Gemini, it is the same Gemini used across everything. So Gemini for robotics, Gemini that's going to be used for creating VO, Gemini that's used in the models there, Gemini that's used in Google Ads, and all those platforms is all the same. We're all singing off the same sound sheet. So let's take a look at this.
Earlier this year, we brought Gemini's multimodal understanding to the physical world with Gemini Robotics, allowing robots to behave in interactive, dexterous, and general ways. Previously, robots could complete one task per instruction.
Previous Gemini Robotics version has been tested over and over and over again to put this banana into the bowl. This is a very simple task.
Today, we've reached a new milestone. We're introducing Gemini Robotics 1.5, a new family of models to power the next generation of physical agents. Now, for the first time, they can solve longer, multi-step challenges, like taking the banana test a step further.
So I'm going to make the task slightly more challenging. So this is Gemini Robotics 1.5. Aloha, could you sort these fruits into color matching plates?
Sure, I can certainly help you do that. Put the green fruit into the green plate.
We enable it to think. It can perceive the environment. It will think step by step and then finish this multi-step task.
Put the banana into the yellow plate.
Although this example seems very simple, the idea behind it is really powerful. The same model is going to power more sophisticated robots like a humanoid to do more complicated daily tasks.
Hi, Apollo. Can you help me sort my laundry, please?
Sure, I can help with that.
Put whites in white bins and the darks in the dark bin. Beautiful, okay. And then I can now switch this up on it. Sorry, Apollo. And it knows that I have done that and it will react. So you can see the whole flow of its thoughts here and it's thinking every time it acts.
Gemini Robotics 1.5 can break a broad task down, think, and then take action over a number of steps. And through improved embodied reasoning, the model can now understand its environment more clearly and figure out what to do next to complete the task.
Hey Aloha, let's play a game. So I have a scene in front of you. I'm gonna make some secret changes. You'll have to figure out what they are and then reset the scene back to the original state. Can you reset the scene, please?
Based on the changes, I need to close the laptop, close the glasses case, put the green pen back in the brown tray, and place the red and blue pens back into the black mesh holder. The scene has been restored to its original state.
Thank you, Aloha. If we change these objects completely, brought in new ones, swapped them out, if they look very different, that wouldn't matter at all to Gemini. It understands generalizing to the open world of objects and scenes.
New agentic capabilities mean Gemini Robotics 1.5 can use the internet to answer questions and solve problems.
Hi, Aloha. Can you use my location and sort the objects into the correct compost, recycling, and trash bins?
To perform the sorting task based on San Francisco waste guidelines, I will use the green bin for compost, the blue bin for recycling, and the black bin for trash. The task is complete.
Good job, thanks.
It's a pretty wild example. You see what it did there? It was able to understand the local guidelines for how that trash needed to be sorted, and then did it. All right, I show these examples because I think it's important to demonstrate the power behind Gemini and the power that's going into the ads platform, and then what you have access to and what consumers have access to understand and do the things that they're looking to do. So, in the words of Sundar, we're still very early, and that's why I was saying earlier, like, you're not late. So if you're not testing, you're not behind, just start. I would say start testing. There's lots you can do from a Google Ads platform standpoint. The Max Connect team can walk you through that. But there's a good moment now to kind of get into the weeds of it. And you say, all right, Derek, none of that really applies to me. I want to include this. These are case studies that are updated as of today, even. I was looking this morning. There's some new ones already in there that'll give you an idea of what you can be building out for your organization from an AI perspective. So snap a screenshot. I'll send with the team. You can have it afterwards as well. All right, great. So search. Let's get into search. I think that was a great preamble to give the background and the context for how things truly have changed from a technology standpoint and how that's now integrated into Google across different platforms. So search is our greatest moonshot. What did we set out to do from the beginning way back when? The ultimate search engine would understand exactly what you meant and give you back exactly what you want. What did that robot do? Did exactly that. So when we think about search, the definition of a search engine really has changed, and what consumers are getting really has changed. Like, we are getting to a very much more perfect state of what search can look like in the future. So when we think about kind of what search began as and kind of where it's going, we're definitely on that road, and we're definitely getting there with AI and with Gemini and the tools that we have access to. There were two words I want to make sure we catch, we just understand the vocabulary around, that were in the previous content. Agentic was one, and multimodal. So multimodal, all that means is it's ingesting information in different sources. So when we take pictures, when we give text, when we talk to it, that's multimodal. And from a very simple sense, it's able to understand all those different things. And that's how consumers are going to be interacting with our tools and the different platforms. Agentic is it will go and do things for you on your behalf when you give it the right permissions. I'll give you a demo on Agentic in just a little bit. Cool. So when you think about it, Google search is evolving, as I was saying. We're seeing many, many, many more searches than we were before. It's an adoption we see across all generations. Gen Z, they're heavy users of search, more queries each day than any other age group. In 2025, we shipped a lot of new tools, a lot of new resources. Prior to all that new shipping, there was a lot of concern in the marketplace that Google was dead. There's a good quote in here. It's like, oh, is AI killing Google search? It might be done. It might be doing the opposite. The one I really like, though, is this one. Turns out the AI Google killer is actually Google. So we were a little late to come out because I think it's something where we're quite conservative with our tools. We want to make sure it works as well as it possibly could for consumers. ChatGPT comes out, and then Google kind of had to respond to that. And then there was a year, 2 years of some catch-up you saw in the marketplace, but then you definitely see now, we're not slowing down. There's a lot more that we can do, and we are doing. We struck a deal with Apple earlier this year that Gemini will become the default and revamp Siri. We've added new AI features to Gmail. You'll see it all over the platform. AI mode, we'll talk a lot about that in just a moment. So there's lots and lots and lots of great things to think about from a Google perspective. And we still are there's so much use of our tools. 2 billion people use all of our whole suite every day. If you can name it, so we'll go left to right, Gmail, search, YouTube, when it comes back around. I think I also saw, Maps, Chrome, the Play Store, and then Android. People are using our products every single day. We see 5 trillion searches annually. And it's not just Google, it's also YouTube. When we think about what people are doing, they're searching, they're streaming, they're scrolling, they're shopping. These are all areas where you can interact with your consumer and making sure that you, your brand, are having the right touch points. It really is giving users superpowers. It's making them rethink how they can go to market, how they can think about the way that they look for stuff. They have a lot more tools and options to them to meet the things that they're trying to do. So a few ways to think about this. So AI mode, we'll talk a little bit about. Project Mariner is something where users can then go use these things and these tools to get stuff done. Literally replace the workflows that they would be doing with an AI. They can search for things live. It gives them a more natural approach to the way that they think and they talk. So we've moved past the caveman search queries of what is this, or help me with that, and into very specific, very relevant, complex questions we can ask into Google to get answers back, either through AI mode, through AI overviews, et cetera. So we are able to go a lot deeper and help consumers out with what they're actually looking for, what their actual intent is. At the end of the day, that's what it's all about, is the intent. Where is a consumer in their current journey? What are they trying to do? How do we capture the right intent, the right person at the right time, so it's the most effective ROI for you all? This is a great stat. AI overviews in AI mode users are able to make decisions 77% faster and more confidently by using these types of tools. And again, multimodal, so they're able to do a lot of different things to find the information they're looking for. They're able to ask it, they're able to type it in, they're able to say it, they're able to snap it, which is a picture, they're able to film it. We have circle to search. We're actually seeing 25 billion queries a month for Lens, which is a wild way to think. It's such a change in how users interact with search. They're literally pointing their camera at stuff, able to find it. So you're out, you see a jacket, a shirt you like, take a picture of it. You can find it.
I can't help it if I'm up and see them watch like it's outrageous how this flavor got 'em shook like. Hold up. I feel fabulous. Show me how you gon' work it out. I hit it bad with a brand new style. Bring it up into the floor, get wild. We turning up all the way on the down like work it out. Come and show me what you're all about.
What else should I do to make it stronger?
To make it stronger, consider adding more triangles to the design.
There's more than enough. Let it rain on you, 'cause you're fabulous. FABULOUS every day like if you want it, come get it. No disrespect. Work it out. I hit it bad with a brand new style. Bring it up into the floor, get wild. We turning up all the way on the down like work it out. Come and show me what you're all about. I'ma shout it real loud and proud like, baby, I'm fabulous. Work it out. I hit it bad with a brand new style. Bring it up into the floor, get wild. We turning up all the way on the down like work it out. Come and show me what you're all about. FABULOUS every day like if you want it, come get it. No disrespect.
All right, very cool. So the question I always get asked then, all right, so they're not searching anymore. Why would I buy ads? Wrong. They are searching. They're searching more. They're searching more than ever. People are using the LLMs to figure out what they need, but we're also seeing a significant increase in search queries. So search is more important than ever to make sure that you're connecting with your consumers. So it's not something that we're moving away from. People are using it all at the same time. We think about how our search results are powered by AI. Again, the queries are more helpful, they're more tailored, they're very specific. We can give them kind of a reimagined experience. I'll walk through a demo in just a minute, but I want to really drive this home that people are finding better information tied back to the intent of what they're actually looking for. We talked about Google Lens. Here's just an example of what that looks like, and the circle to search as well. So you could literally be out in public, you see something like I said, and now you're able to find it online. This is all live now. You can try it. So I recommend it. Go play with it, get your phones out, use it, download it, give it a whirl. You'll find it obviously on Google when you navigate to the Google page, but you can also use the Gemini app if you want to do that instead. Both are fine. right, cool. AI Overview is something we launched recently. One of the most successful launches we've had. We have over 2 billion monthly users across the globe that are using AI Overviews, which is incredible. All right, let me speed along just a little bit. I want to get to the demo. So we're going to go through AI mode. Let's go right now. All right, so with all demos, there is the chance that they don't work. So we're going to clap if it works, and we're going to clap if it doesn't. All right, great. So I want to get tickets. I'm a Giants fan. I don't know if we talked about this yet. Big Giants fan. I want to get tickets to the Giants next season. Where can I buy tickets? All right, so while that's cooking, let's come back. Here we go. All right, great. So here we go. Just what I wanted. We're going to have to start the test. So when I talk about Agentic, this is what this actually truly is. It's going to help me go find tickets. It's going to figure out what are the best tickets, what are the cheapest tickets for what I'm looking for. Might take a few minutes. Let's come back to it in just a second. I also want to plan a little trip. So let's say, we don't know the schedule yet. Let's find out. Let's see what the schedule is. Let's see if it's out. Let's see, 26, 27, Giants schedule. Let's see. Okay, I want to go to that Dallas Cowboys game with the Giants. Let's do this. It's hard to type at the same time, so excuse me. Where can we get food? Before the game. All right, so while I was thinking about that, let's go back here. Oh, we're still working on it. All right, see, this is a problem with live demos. It's still thinking about it. Let me show you one I pulled up earlier so we can get the example. Let's see. I had it figure out for me tickets to the Phoenix Suns game. And so I was able to figure out, okay, here are the next tickets. Here's where you can go. I had it start the task of figuring out where I could buy the tickets for me. It went through the different options. It gave me some things to think about. What's my best value? What are my cheapest tickets? Where do I want to sit, et cetera, et cetera. And then it gives me a place to exit out and go purchase those tickets. So it's helping me plan that trip. Let's see if it figured it out for the Giants yet. Oh, here we go, perfect. Okay, great. So, season tickets. It's helping me figure out where can I get the tickets, where can I buy them from, where would be the best game to go to, et cetera, et cetera. All right, and then from there, I can actually go purchase my tickets, and now I've done something. Let's see if it figured out. Dinner. Great, let's give me some locations. What I can then go ask it to do is make a reservation for me. So we started doing that in a different tab, just for the sake of example. So I let it know that I was going to be in Salt Lake City tonight, and I wanted to get dinner somewhere. I wanted to make reservations for me. So I gave it the prompt, it ran through it, gave me some different ideas of where I could go eat, and then it can go through and actually book it for me. I had it paused here because I didn't want actually to make the reservation, but you get the idea. So these are things that Google can help with, Gemini can help with, AI Overview can help with, AI Mode can help with, getting consumers from point A to point B. So if I want to buy tickets, if I want to buy clothes, if I want to make reservations and plan events and trips, etc. These are all things that consumers can do when they're searching to get more information and then actually go. Like, this is the agentic side of it all. If I want to follow through with this, I can easily exit out, go purchase my tickets. I can then say, all right, this will be the game that I'm going to go to, and then I can work on making a reservation, my full game plan. One thing to think about here, too, is you might have seen it, was that personalization. I flagged it up here, yeah. So what is that? What is personalization? It's something you turn on. And so when you have a conversation with Gemini, you're having a conversation over a period of time. So when I talk about George to Gemini, it knows where we left off. It knows what the plan was from a watering perspective. It knows that I might be too early and I shouldn't be watering it yet. I need to wait till Saturday, the date that we both agreed on, Gemini and I, about when to water my plant. So it has the ability to go and tap into your Gmail, tap into your schedule, tap into your calendar, tap into your history, and understand more about you so it can give you a better recommendation about the things that you want and the things you're trying to do, which I think is pretty cool. What do we think? Neat? Seeing some head nods. All right, cool. Very good. All right, cool. So that's the demo. But go try it. I think it's something worth playing around with. It really is life-changing. I'm a better plant dad to George than I would say I've been in the past. So this is what we just did. We went through this event ticket flow as well, and then we did something similar from a restaurant reservation. These are both things you can go do right now if you're looking to plan a trip. Go somewhere, go see a show. It's great for research. I'll tell you an anecdote. I was planning a trip for my family and I to Huntington Beach, and I was trying to figure out what's the best value I can get on my credit card points, my Chase Sapphire points. It was able to figure out and work with me to note that if I were to change my points over to Hyatt points, I would get 3x the value. It was such a good deal. When I called the hotel to say, hey, do you still have this opening, this reservation for this particular room? Can I get it? They realized, oh, wait a minute, no, we should have actually blocked that off. Gemini was able to figure an incredible deal for me, and that if I had just taken advantage of it, I could have booked a very cheap trip. So it's something where you can rely on and use it in very different ways, and that's where consumers are going. They're thinking about how they should be searching, how they should be using all this information to go deeper into topics that they care about. So deep search is something you may have heard, or deep research if you're using Gemini for it. You go quite detailed into the thing that the consumer is looking for and can give a lot of great information about that particular thing. So when we just did it for the Giants tickets, it was able to tell me when they're going on sale, who's selling them, what could be a good place to sit on the field. You can have a whole conversation about it as you plan your trip out. Same thing goes for the reservations if we're looking to make a dinner appointment. The personal context was what I was just talking about from my experience with George. You can turn this on. You can always turn this on right now if you're interested in using it. You'll get that history. You'll get the knowledge of the full Google suite of where your Gmail is plugged in, your calendar, et cetera, so it can start making recommendations based on that too. And it will recognize kind of where you've been and what you've talked to it already about, which is pretty incredible. So you're a business. How do you take advantage of this? Like, what should you be doing? Think about all this new intent that your customers can, all the intent you can get from your customers as they're searching, as they think about what they're looking to do. When you look at your website, do you have the right information that can be picked up on this? Are you thinking about it from the perspective of, if I were to help my customer understand these problems, do I have an agentic bot on my site that could be helpful for them? Am I making opportunities for my brand to connect with them? So what could I be doing differently? And these are things you can test, you can play around with. But you want to focus on the user, and then everything else is really going to follow behind that. The user is really setting the tone and the pace for which they're going to be adopting and using these tools. This is something that they do care about. We do see that they're using it. So it's important to kind of meet them where they are. Your biggest opportunity is going to be really capturing this new expanded search universe. Again, we saw earlier that when people are searching and they're using these tools, they're not sequestering themselves off to the tools. They are still searching normally. So there's lots here, lots of additional searches you can be taking advantage of. And we're seeing that younger people are the heaviest users of Google search right now. So it's not something you should be walking away from. It's something you should be leaning more into from a content perspective, from a creative perspective. And Google has all these great tools that we can help and support you on. So think about it as the Gemini advantage. That'll be your ROI advantage as you think about how you can improve, how you go to market. Either it's creative, is it the agentic tools, how you reach your consumers, et cetera. There's lots you can take advantage of. Again, as I was saying earlier, even when demand is generated elsewhere, we still see people coming back to Google search, to evaluate do discovery, figure out what they're trying to do. 81% of social media users are still using Google search. So it's something you definitely want to make sure is a part of your plan. All right, so after this, I know you're going to go into some breakout sessions. I want to leave you some questions, some ways to think about what you should be talking about from a Google perspective, what you can ask your teams. So were you collecting first-party data? How were you using it? How can you set yourself up to use that with AI to gather new insights? How are you measuring? All these things and all these things you're recommending from a testing perspective, what are you measuring? And what is the impact you're looking to get out of it? I think that's a great place to begin. What's your process for testing AI? You know, what does success look like? How are you going to test it? Different workflows, et cetera. Give yourself the grace to understand that this is still very new, but then also how you should be thinking about putting it in the market, and then refine it. When you test something, you shouldn't be just testing it once. You should continue to test. And then how are you using AI to generate ideas? How are your teams using it? How are they thinking about it? Are you using it to increase asset variety? Are you using it to redeploy budget towards other areas of the business that can be more effective and more efficient? There's lots of things that AI can do for you, and you want to think through what you can do with that new time, efficiency, ROI, et cetera. Cool. And then lastly, you know, what is the tone and the pace that you're setting for your team? Are you encouraging them to use it in their own workflows? Something to think about. You know, like I said before, Customer Zero, we use these tools all the time. I'm a big advocate for Gemini. It actually saved a plant of mine, which I'm very grateful for. And then I use it internally. I teach internally about how people should be using AI tools. There's lots of great stuff. I didn't talk about it here, but NotebookLM is an excellent tool if you're looking to store information. It's Google developed for ways to kind of put notes and thinking together. But again, set the tone, set the standard, set the pace for your company and how you want everyone to be thinking about how they approach it. And with that, thank you. It was great to speak today. I hope that was helpful. I hope you learned something.
Awesome. I think there's, you know, obviously so much conversation about AI, and you had to hear the big names, but you can always bet on Google. I think what interested me most is the robotic stuff.
Yeah.
We've had the conversation around our house of like, would you get a robot? And I'm like, oh, 100% I'd get a robot. My wife's like, I'm not sure, but I would get it for literally one task, and that task is to bring the groceries in after a Costco run. That is like my worst case scenario. So I'd buy a robot just to bring those groceries in.
That's great.
Anyway, Derek, thank you so much for being here again. So what we're doing now, we're going to end with 3 of those quick hitting sessions I was talking about before, just out here on the right in the glass office. We've moved chairs in there. We're prepared. They'll be informative, and they're always fun. So again, that's the end of the main stage here. And Derek, thanks for taking us home. And one more round of applause for Derek.
Thanks, everyone. Yeah, 3 minutes. Yeah, we can do it real quick.
Is it Kahoot? Is it this one? Is this it? Here, let's go here. Yeah, this is probably it. Log in. Gotta accept all the cookies. Get maxconnect.com. Is that it? Yep. This is great. Okay, so I'll just put it there. Yeah, perfect. Hey, thank you. Okay, you want to use this because of the live stream?
Oh, sure. Yeah. Check. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Good. Does everyone live stream? Phil. Does everyone have to hold this? Everyone has to hold this. Check again. Check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What's after 8? 9, 10. You guys got me? Yeah. Oh, man. Well, we should have you up here. You all good? I'm just waiting for the thumbs up, and I'm talking into a microphone when there's no sound coming out. I know that's really awkward. It's awkward for me, so it's probably awkward for you. It's because we have the live stream. A lot of people have joined through the live stream, and so that's how they're hearing us. So I'm looking back for confirmation. Are we good, Brandon, do you think? A little louder? Okay, we'll shout. Test. Okay, so while they do that, I want to introduce Andrew Howlett. So last year we had some really fun breakout sessions and really informative as well. And so when we were talking about what we wanted to do this year, I said, we need to get Andrew out here. So Andrew Howlett is the owner, CEO, whatever all those titles are, of Struck Creative Agency and Structure, which is, what do you call that? Built environment. So like if you go to Lagoon, for example, here in Utah, and there's that new candy shop, that's Structure. And so we thought it'd be a really interesting conversation. And they're a good partner of ours. In fact, we're exploring joint ventures in the Middle East with Struck. So we go in as the performance marketing agency. Struck goes in as the creative agency, and there's a lot of opportunities, a lot of things happening in the Middle East. So with that, we asked Andrew to come share some time with us, and I'll hand the mic over to Andrew.
All right, yeah, thank you. It is a little weird to be speaking into this, but not hear it bound. Just if I'm getting a little too quiet, just give me the the old Sunday school, you're not talking loud enough. So yeah, Andrew Howlett, CEO at Struck, been there since 2019. I had a previous agency that I started, ran, sold in 2018, and then I bought out some of the previous founders and owners at Struck. Struck is actually celebrating its 30th year this year, so been around for a long time, done a lot of different work. So today we're going to be talking about brand equity. Care to listen to me. This really is at the core of what we do. We have worked with companies large, small, as Greg said, locally you'd recognize at least probably 5 to 10 things that we've done, including we've made the lines. We were literally blamed in an outdoor magazine by name. We were blamed for the lines that we created at the national parks for our Mighty 5 campaign that we created for them. And on the flip side, Ryan Smith called us out for the Life Elevated, even though he kind of misquoted. So, sometimes good press, bad press It's all sort of the same thing. But yeah, we're a creative agency. We certainly love to build and create beautiful things, but it's not just because of beautiful. It's making sure that it's lasting, it's durable, it's something that enhances the brand, and ultimately, at the end of the day, builds brand equity. So I want to just, before I jump to the next slide, I want to ask a question. Those of you here, how many of you have had to, over the last 12 months, let's say, justify a brand spend to a CEO, a CFO, a partner, whatever that is, just by quick raise of hand, how many have had to justify that additional money spent? Okay, half of you. The other half of you are lying. I'm just kidding. But look, it is one of those are easier to track. When you've got a quarterly number, when you've got something, you can track it very easily, whereas brand assets or brand equity is harder to track. Hopefully by the end of this, you'll have a little more, you'll be armed a little better to defend why you need to invest in brand, why you do it, what it means, and then, of course, how to do it. Actually, let's kind of do it by raise of hand of the two. In the room, when you think about, in a word, your company currently invests in brand, do you categorize it within your company? Is it categorized as a cost or an asset? I'm curious, again, just curious. No wrong answers here because it's all over the board, but cost